Welcome. This is the Islamic House of Israel. Welcome, everyone. Today we're going to go over, did Jesus and David curse the Israelites? So I found some information where the Quran says that Jesus and David cursed the Israelites. We're going to find out, we're going to confirm that by way of the earlier scriptures. Also, there's a misinterpretation and a misrepresentation of who the people of the book really is. When you hear people of the book, even on a higher academic level, people say people of the book, they believe it means Jews and Christians. People of the book equals Jews and Christians. But that is not the case. That is not true. People of the book are not the modern day Jews and the modern day Christians. All right. And I'm going to explain that today. I'm going to make that clear. Now, I don't want to be on here for hours and hours and hours, but I just want to make these points and then get off. So let's get into it. First, we're going to start out with, did Jesus and David curse the children of Israel? Let's look in the Quran first. Let me find it. We're going to 5. We're going to the Quran, chapter 5, verse 77. The table. Mm-hmm. 77 and 78. Let me share my screen. Hold on. I will share it there. Let's go to Windows, Chrome tab. We're gonna go to this. Boom. All right, here we go. I hope you can see it. Get rid of that. I need to make it a little bigger. All right, big enough. All right, so 575. I'm gonna start at 75. All right. The Messiah, son of Mary, was only a messenger before whom other messengers has passed away, and his mother was a woman of truth. They both used to eat food. Note how we make clear the revelations to them. Then note how diluted they are. So, wow. Question number 1. Isa ate food. If he ate food, then he would be human. He would not be the Most High God, because the Most High God don't eat food. 76 say, do you worship besides God, what has no power to harm or benefit you, but God? He is the hearer and knower. Say, O people of the scriptures, do not exaggerate in your religion beyond the truth, and do not follow the opinions of people who went astray before and misled many, and themselves strayed off the balanced way. Cursed were those who disbelieved from among the children of Israel by the tongue of David and Jesus, son of Mary. That is because they rebelled and used to transgress. So the Quran is saying the children of Israel was cursed by the tongue of David and by the tongue of Jesus, son of Mary. All right. Now I'm going to prove to you that this is confirmed. This is a confirmation of what the earlier scriptures actually said. So let's look at it. Let's look and see, did Jesus curse the children of Israel? Did David curse the children of Israel? All right. First, we're going to start off. Let me stop sharing. I don't want to go there yet. That's all right. I really don't want to go there yet. No, I don't want to go there yet. Let's get rid of that. All right, first I want you to see this. We're going to Hosea 9, Hosea 9:10. And it doesn't matter which translation, it's all really going to say the same. 9:10. When I found Israel, Hosea 9:10, it was like finding grapes in the desert. When I saw your ancestors, it was like seeing the early fruit on the fig tree. All right. So Israel is like grapes unto the Most High, and is like a fig tree unto the Most High. Okay. That's one note. Let's look at another one. I want y'all to remember that. Okay, let's go to Jeremiah 5:7. Remember that fig tree. Jeremiah 5:17. They will devour your harvest and food, devour your sons and daughters. They will devour your flocks and herds, devour your vines and fig trees. With the sword, they will destroy the fortified cities in which you trust. Okay, I didn't check that one out. Okay. It's okay. Did every man is okay. Also, let's go to that one is okay. Let's go to another one. I have plenty, so don't worry. All right. During Solomon's lifetime, Judah and Israel, from Dan to Beersheba, lived in safety, everyone under their own vine, under their own fig tree. All right. Take note of the fig tree. Children of Israel, under their own vine, grapes, under their own fig tree, safety. All right. Old people, or men, I'm not saying old people, but black men in Africa, and even in America, you go down south. Men, they like to sit up under a tree and just talk. Sometimes they like to drink and just talk all day. Now the tree, the new fig tree that people are under is the internet. All right. A lot of people get on YouTube and they'll be on YouTube just talking mess for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours. All right. But in Africa, men sit up under trees and they just talk and drink. Okay. So Israel did that. But when we went into slavery, that fig tree, which is a symbol of safety. If you're sitting up on a fig tree, you ain't got to worry about going to war. You ain't got to worry about no enemies coming in. You're safe. You're on a vine. When the Most High saw us in the desert, we were like grapes. We were safe under the Creator. We was like a fig tree. We were safe with the Creator. Also, I'm not gonna go to this, but I want to make a point. Genesis 3:7. The first thing that Eve and Adam wore was leaves from a fig tree. Sewed leaves from a fig tree. Okay. Okay, that was a wrong. Let me go. That was the wrong Jeremiah. Let's go to another Jeremiah. That was the wrong one. Jeremiah 24. I think this is the right one. Yep, this might be the right one. Jeremiah. All right, after Jehoiakim, son of Jehoiakim, king of Judah, and the officials, the skilled workers, and the artisans of Judah were carried into the exile from Jerusalem to Babylon by Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon. The Lord showed me 2 baskets of figs placed in front of the temple of the Lord. Let's keep going. Let's see what these figs are. That's 24:1. Okay, we can read the whole thing. Let's see what these figs are. Let's see what the fig tree represents. Stay with me. One basket had very good figs, like those that ripen early. Hold on a second. Hello? Hello? You don't see the screen? Okay. Thank you for telling me that. Thank you. All right, sorry about that. I gotta share my screen. All right. All right, so to recap, we're talking about the fig tree. I'm making a case now. Stay with me. All right, talk about the fig tree. One basket, we're on Jeremiah 24:2. One basket had very good figs, like those that ripen early, and the other basket had very bad figs, so bad they could not be eaten. So Jeremiah the prophet had to place two baskets of figs, where the Lord showed him two baskets of figs in this vision. Then the Lord asked me, "What do you see, Jeremiah?" Jeremiah said, "Figs. The good ones are very good, but the bad ones are very bad. They cannot be eaten." Then the word of the Lord came to me. This is what the Lord, the God of Israel, says. Like these good figs, I regard as good the exiles from Judah, whom I sent away from this place to the land of Babylon, the Babylonians. My eyes will watch over them for their good, and I will bring them back to this land. I will build them up and not tear them down. I will plant them and not uproot them. I will give them a heart to know that I am the Lord. They will be my people, and I will be their God, for they will return to me with all their hearts. But the bad figs, which are so bad they cannot be eaten, says the Lord, so will I deal with Zedekiah, king of Judah, his officials, and the survivors from Jerusalem, whether they remain in this land or live in Egypt. So the good figs represent the children of Israel. The bad figs represent the children of Israel, represent the bad children of Israel. So the fig tree is symbolic of the children of Israel. The Most High sees the children of Israel as a tree, as a fig tree, as figs, as grapes. I will make them abhorrent and an offense to all the kingdoms of the earth, the bad figs, a reproach and a byword, a curse, and an object of ridicule, wherever I banish them. I will send a sword, famine, plague against them until they are destroyed from the land I gave to them and their ancestors. All right, so my point I'm trying to make, point number one, figs. Figs, fig tree, figs are a symbol of Israel. Grapes, symbol of Israel. Okay, now let's go back to the point. Did Jesus and David curse the children of Israel? All right. Now, every time I go into any type of semi-hadith, I warn you, this is not revealed scripture. You can take this or not. Okay? This is just a warning. All right, so let's look at this. 1 second. Let me pull it up. Okay, I'm gonna read the whole thing. All right, let me share my screen. Okay, where are we at? Not the Strongs. Where is that? Where is that? There we go. I see it. All right, we have established that the Quran says that Jesus and David cursed the fig tree. Now, curse the children of Israel. Let's look. This is Mark 11:12. This is Hadith. All right. The next day, as they were leaving Bethany, Jesus was hungry, seeing in the distance a fig tree in leaf. He went to find out if it had any fruit. Then he reached it. He found nothing but leaves because it was not the season for figs. Then he said to the tree, "May no one ever eat fruit from you again." And his disciples heard him say it. On reaching Jerusalem, Jesus entered the temple courts and began driving out those who were buying and selling there. He overturned the tables of the money changers and benches of those selling doves and would not allow anyone to carry merchandise through the temple courts. It must have been the Sabbath. All right. Now, after he saw this fig tree and he spoke to the fig tree and cursed the fig tree, basically, then he went into the temple amongst the people that's buying and selling in the temple, probably on the Sabbath day. And he's calling them den of robbers and he's getting them up out of there. Now let's keep going. The chief priests and the teachers of the law heard this and began looking for a way to kill him, for they feared him, because the whole crowd was amazed at his teaching. Whenever he came, Jesus and his disciples went out of the city. Now, in the morning, as they went along, they saw the fig tree withered from the roots. So this is kind of like a parable type thing. This fig tree, Esau saw, was a sign to him. It was a sign of Israel. And he cursed that tree. And that tree withered because of what he said to the tree. That tree was Israel. Because after he saw the tree, and he saw the condition of the tree of Israel, he cursed the tree. Then he came and he saw the bad people in the temple. The disciples heard him curse that tree. Then the disciples looked and saw how that tree was totally withered to the roots. So that was a sign that, Esau cursed the children of Israel. He cursed that fig tree. Because you see, they wanted to kill him. All right, they wanted to kill him. So they were acting a fool back then. Wow. All right. That's Esau. Now, did David curse the children of Israel? Let's look at that. Let's go to Psalms 109. Psalms 109, 19 through 22. Let me see. 19. Okay. 139. Did I put 109? No, 139. Sorry. 139. All right. So David's situation. David had enemies. David had the Philistines that he had to defeat. He had the Canaanites in the area that he had to defeat. He had his own son, Absalom, Amnon. Both of them tried to take over and revolt against him and had him on the run. So a lot of these psalms is about his enemy. And most of his enemies were the children of Israel, the ones that rebelled and tried to take over the kingdom. So if only you, God, would slay the wicked away from me, you who are bloodthirsty. They speak of you with evil intent. Your adversaries misuse your name. Do I not hate those who hate you, Lord, and abhor those who are in rebellion against you? I have nothing but hatred for them. I count them my enemies. All right. So you can read throughout Psalms, David is cursing the children of Israel. David is the enemies he's talking about is the children of Israel that's trying to rebel against him during this time. I walked through the shadow of death. That's all about the children of Israel that's coming after him. He even had King Saul who came after him to kill him. So a lot of the book of Psalms is about Israel, David cursing Israel. All right. So the Quran was absolutely right. That's not the right one. Let's go back to it. Give me 1 second. Let's go back to it. One more time. Let's go back to it. The translation. I'm gonna try that. No, I don't want to go to that one. I'm gonna go to this one. Let's go back to it. 578. Curse was those who disbelieve from among the children of Israel by the tongue of David and Isa, son of Mary. That is because they rebelled. Remember when they rebelled against David and used to transgress? They rebelled against David and they transgressed. You see, that was buying and selling in the temple, probably on the Sabbath. And he had to go in there with his boys to clean up the temple because he is a Levite himself. He's a Levite. Mary was a Levite. So he had to go in the temple and just straight whip people. Like, what are y'all doing? They were buying and selling. He said that the Lord's house is a house of prayer, not a den of thieves. Listen, that part right there, I believe. Okay, I believe he went up in there. I believe that happened. So Esau was trying to clean the temple up. It was all about merchandise. Esau told them, seek the kingdom of heaven, and all of that other stuff will be added upon you. That's easy. Money, wealth, that's easy. That's easy for Allah. Easy. If you unite, if the black people, if the Israelites united in righteousness, it's trillions of dollars in the ground in Africa. Trillions. If they united in righteousness and did the laws and didn't worry about money, all of that will be added. Because you cannot become rich as a people when you got the creator trying to prevent you. The creator is you try to become rich and then you get an ailment, something happens and you get cancer. And you can't even get up to count your money. You try to become rich and you don't put the creator first, the Most High strike you with madness. We come together as a people without the creator on our side. The Most High will get jealous and he will raise up an army to sit us down. So seek the kingdom of heaven first. Do the laws, do what you're supposed to do. Don't even think about money. I'm not saying not to pay your bills, but don't be obsessed about that because that's the easy part. The Quran said Allah gives you the power to gain wealth. You seek the kingdom of heaven first, all of that stuff, that's easy. It will come upon you. All right? Whenever it's time. All right, so recap. Esau cursed the fig tree. David cursed the children of Israel, all the children of Israel that was coming after him, his sons. His sons. It wasn't just his sons. His sons had an army. And I think it was like majority. David had a little band of men. Saul had an army. He was the king. They were rebellious because David was a messenger, and he was anointed by a prophet. He was anointed by a prophet by way of the Creator, and they did not accept that, so they were disbelievers. His own sons. All right, that's one part. Assalamu alaikum. Any questions about that part? David, Isa cursing the Israelites. All right, let's go to part 2. Walaikum salam, everyone. Thank you. Happy Sabbath. All right, let's go to the second part. The second part. The people of the book are not, and I repeat, are not Jews and Christians. All right, there's two different perspectives. You have the Gentile, or you could call it white, or Arab, white Arab, or European, whatever you want to call it, interpretation of the Quran. Then you have the real interpretation, which is the real people of the book, the Israelite, black people interpretation. All right, the black people interpretation, or Islamic House of Israel interpretation, is correct. People of the book are not Jews and Christians. Let's look at this. Let's break it down. Let's look at this. Give me a second. Let's look at it. Let's start with the Jew part first. That's the easy one. All right, let me share my screen. That's the easy one right there. Let's see. Share my screen. There we go. Here we go. Everywhere it says Jews, this is a mistranslation. Okay? Look at this word. Let me make it bigger. Right here. Yahudu. Yadu. El Yahudu. This word right here has nothing to do with the modern word Jews. This word right here is Judah. It's Judah. Talk about a tribe. One of the tribes of Israel, Judah. Judah at one point tried to create their own little religion when they have no authority to do that. Because the Levites are the ones that's the keepers of the religion. So that was a problem. So Yahudu. Now let's look at it. Let's go to the Hebrew and let's see if it's correct. This is mistranslation, misinterpretation, racist misinterpretation. No such thing as it's not Jews. It should not be translated Jews. It should be they should translate it as the tribe of Judah or Judah. They should translate it as Judah. Yahudu, Judah. All right, let's look at it. Let's look at it in the scroll. Let's look at it. Let me show you the truth. So with them mistranslating it, they're giving the white Jews strength. I see the Quran said to talk about it. No, it's not talking about no. It's talking about, look at this. This is Hebrew right here. This is the Hebrew. And we want to look at Hebrew. We can look at the Aramaic too. Let me look at it. Hold on. Ain't no such thing as no Jews or Christians. It's Judah. See, look at this. Yahuda. Yeah, it's Yah. Huda. Yahuda. The Quran, Yahudu. Yahudu, Yahuda. Same word. This word is Judah, not Jews. Judah is a tribe. The son of Jacob by Leah. It's a tribe, not a religious group. In the Bible, it separates Israel from Judah. In the Old Testament, it talks about Israel, then it talks about Judah by itself. Because Judah was like the largest tribe, and Judah was acting the fool the worst. Even in the Bible, it separates Judah sometimes. And Judah was the king tribe, the ruling tribe. All right. No such thing as Jews and Christians. Let's move on. No such thing. Now, let's look at Christian. Here's another lie. Mistranslation. Let me share my screen. Let's see. I think this is it. Yes, this is it. All right. The point I'm trying to make, when the Quran is speaking about Jew, it's talking about Judah. It's not talking about this modern day. When the Quran is talking about Christians, it's not talking about Christians. The word is not Christian. The word is Nazarah. Nazarah. Okay? The Nazarah existed before Jesus. Now, Jesus, his mother was a Levite, and they lived amongst a bunch of Nazarites. That's why he's called Jesus of Nazareth. Because he moved, just like if me and you, if we move where the Rastafarians at, he lived amongst the Nazarenes. That's the town he was living in. Jesus of Nazareth. All right. So Nazareth, let's look at it. Hold on, where is it? Let's look at it. All right. Let's look at Nazareth. Let's look at Nazarites. Let's go to 6. We're going to number 6. And this is before Isa was ever born. And then I'm gonna deal with that people in the book. I'm gonna show you one verse in the Quran that squash everything and show you that they're not modern day. The Lord said to Moses, "Speak to the Israelites and say to them, if a man or a woman wants to make a special vow, a vow dedication to the Lord as a Nazarite, they must abstain from wine and other fermented drink and must not drink vinegar made from wine or other fermented drink." All right, so these Nazarites, Samson was a Nazarene. He was a Nazarite. He was a Nazarah. Samson. All right. Any Israelite can make a vow and not cut their hair like the Rastafarians. Make a vow and become a Nazarite. You could be from any tribe. It's like its own little group. All right. And the Quran talks about the Nazarah or the Nazarites being closer to the believers because they abstain from this world. So the Nazarite, they take vows and they don't drink wine. They abstain from this the worldly life. They don't even drink wine or vinegar or anything fermented. They make a vow. During the entire period of their vow, no razor may be used on their head. They must be holy until the period of their dedication. They dedicate themselves to the Lord. and they let their hair grow. They don't touch anything that's dead. Even if their father or mother or brother or sister dies, they must not make themselves ceremonially unclean on account of them. So they don't even deal with the dead. They don't touch the dead during their consecration to the Lord. Then, if someone dies suddenly, the Nazarite presence, thus defiling the hair that symbolizes their dedication. Now, after they're done, they cut their hair off and they put it near the altar. That's where the Sunni Muslims get cutting their hair off. Doing Hajj. That's Nazarite. We already had that. But I think they're distorting it. Not Muslims, Sunnis. Let me stop. They must shave their heads on the 7th day, the day of their cleaning. And then on and on and on. Then on the 8th day, they must bring 2 doves or 2 young pigeons to the priest in the entrance of the tent of meeting. All right. They send an offering. They dedicate themselves to the Lord. This is who Allah is talking about in the Quran. It's not talking about no Christians of today. They're not worthy to be spoken about in the Quran. The only thing when Allah talks about Christians, it talks about Trinity and what He's gonna do to them if they don't stop worshiping 3 gods in one. All right. Now, there's good Nazarenes and there's bad Nazarenes. And they say none will enter paradise except one who is Judah, Judah, or a Nazarite, Nazarah. That is merely their wishful thinking. Say, produce your proof if you should be truthful. So these groups created sects. So the Nazarite, it seemed like the Nazarites started creating sects and kind of went astray. And a lot of Issa's followers were Nazarenes. Now, Abraham was neither a Yahuda, he was not Judah, he was not from the tribe of Judah, nor he wasn't a Nazarite. He was a Hanif, he was a Muslim. It has nothing to do with no Christian. Now, there is an Arabic word for Christian. There's an Arabic word for Christian. Why is it not used in the Quran? Nazarah is not the Arabic word for Christian. Let's look at it. Arabic. The Arabic word for, look at this. I got it right here. Let me share my screen. Here's the Arabic word for Christian. Let me share my screen, show you the Arabic word for Christian. Look at this, look at this, look at this. You see this? This is the Arabic word for Christian. Why is that word not in the Quran? This is the Arabic word right here for Christian, not Nazarah. This is the Arabic word. What is this? Masiyun, Masi. And this word is not there when it talks about Christians. Let y'all see that one more time. Arabic word for Christian. So now go back and read it and put Judah there and put Nazarah there. Because they say Muhammad, peace be upon him, Muhammad's wife, Khadijah, and Muhammad's wife's father, I think, was a Christian. No, they were Nazarites. They had dreadlocks. They vowed themselves. They were Nazarenes. They were Nazarites. They were Torah keepers. They were not idol worshippers. They were Torah keepers. That's why he wasn't a Christian. He didn't worship Jesus. Jesus wasn't a Christian. He was a Nazarite. Jesus was more of a Nazarite than a Christian. He was not a Christian. That's Antioch. That's made up. There's no such thing. In the eyes of Allah, there's no such thing. So Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, his wife was a Torah keeper. Was a Nazarite. Nazarites keep the Torah. They keep the Torah. They follow the laws. And her Khadijah's father knew he was a prophet because he's a Nazarite. He read the Torah. Now, Nazarah, they were followers of Isa as well. And everything just got intertwined. A lot of them became followers of Isa because Isa lived amongst them. But they were called Nazarah before Isa got there. Isa got the name from them because he lived there in the city of Nazareth. So this is mistranslation. It's not even an Arabic word. Mistranslation. Let's see what it says. Then I'm gonna give you a ayat that not destroy. It sets the record straight about the people of the book, that it couldn't be Jews and Christians. I'm gonna give you that now. Let me go ahead and give you that now. Let's go to it now. Shaitan, I got this word jacked up, y'all. Here we go. Hold on. So now you got to go back and reread it from a different perspective. All right, let's go to 4:135. Let me go ahead and share my screen while I look. I'm gonna look for it while I share my screen so you can look as well. Here we go. We're gonna go 4:153. Here we go. Now, this is the ultimate proof. Ultimate proof. The people of the scripture ask you to bring down to them a book from heaven. All right? But they had acts of Moses even greater than that, and said, "Show us Allah outright." So the thunderbolt struck them for their wrongdoing. So the people of the book, people of the scriptures, can't be Christians. Christians were not with Moses. They have to be Israelites. All right? Russian Christians were not there with Moses. A Russian Christian, a Chinese Christian is not Christians. The people of the scriptures were there with Moses, according to this. So it can't be a Christian. Now you can play with the Jew stuff, but we know it in a Christian, because a Christian, you cannot be an Israelite to be a Christian. But right here, people of the scriptures were there with Moses. But they had asked of Moses, the people of the scriptures, even greater than that, and said, "Show us Allah outright." So the thunderbolt struck them for their wrongdoing. Then they took the calf. So the people of the scriptures, they're the ones that took the golden calf. That's Israelites. not Christians. Then they took the calf for worship after clear evidence had come to them, and we pardoned them, and we gave Moses a clear authority. So the people of the scriptures were there with Moses. The people of the scriptures is like saying Israelites again. Does not mean children of Israel. They're Nazarites and Judah. And they're both Judah and Nazarites are Israelites. Both are Israelites. Some bad, some good. Let me give you another one. So your scholars, they're supposed to be smarter than me because I'm just a little Negro boy, but they can't figure it out. Allah gave me wisdom. I don't care how much Arabic you know. Here we go. There's nothing wrong with knowing Arabic. And to Allah belongs whatever is in the heavens and whatever is on the earth. And we have instructed those who were given the scriptures before you. And yourselves to fear Allah. But if you disbelieve, then Allah belongs whatever is in the heavens and whatever is in the earth, and ever is Allah free of need and praiseworthy. So again, the people of the book are the ones that was given the scriptures before Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. That's who they are. Christians were not given the scriptures before. Christians can be any race. Christian is a new phenomenon. Would I say Roman Christians? It's a new phenomenon. All right. So write down chapter 4, verse 153. That is proof that the people of the book are Israelites. Same thing. The Most High just says we don't know what tribe we come from. We're just the people of the scriptures. That's another name for us. That's our new name. People of the scriptures. People of the book. Power to the people. Says we don't know what tribe we come from. I don't like when people lie. If I lie, y'all be all on me. If I lie. Here we go. 3199. Here we go. Hold on. Now let's see. Are they all bad? Are all the people of the book bad? Here we go. And indeed, among the people of the book, the people of the scriptures or book, are those who believe in Allah and what was revealed to you and what was revealed to them. Being humbly submissive to Allah. They do not exchange the verses of Allah for a small price. Those will have their reward with their Lord. Indeed, Allah is swift in account. So the people of the scriptures, they received revelation before. And there are some that believe. So all people of the scriptures are not bad. They're not all bad. But some are bad. And some are disbelievers. Most are. All right, let me see. People of the book. So we know Abraham was not from the tribe of Judah because Abraham came before the tribe of Judah, and Abraham was not a Nazarite, a Nazarah. He was not of that order. Give me 1 second. I want to say one. I want to write one thing. Give me 1 second. Okay, I found it. Got it right here. Now, if you read, the Quran is going to go back and forth. It's going to say bad things about the Nazarites. It's going to say good things about the Nazarites. It's going to say a lot of bad things about Judah. And the Bible says bad things about Judah. You will surely find the most intense of the people in animosity towards the believers to be Judah. Judah. Voodoo, ancient Egyptian believing, scammers, want to play with the scriptures all day. Judah. Judah was a tribe that was scattered the most. I'll give you another word. Niggas. Okay? I'm going to be real with you. Niggas. Okay? They will have the most animosity against the believers. Judah and those who associate others with the law. So the polytheists, and not all of Judah, but Judah and the polytheists, the worst in animosity against the believers. Now, and you will find the nearest of them in affection to the believers are those who say we are Nazarah. Those are the Nazarites. Those are the ones that take the vow. They look like Rastafarians, but the Rastafarians are Christians and worship Jesus, and that's not good. But I'm saying they got long, they got the hair, and they kind of monkey. They try to be monkish, but they're not them. But they that's the image. That is not Christians, not these Roman Catholic Roman Christians that stole the religion. That's not what it's talking about. Nazareth. That is because among them, not all of them, but among the Nazareth are priests and monks, and because they are not arrogant. Those are the ones that take the vow. They cut off, they grow their hair with dreadlocks. They take the vow. They don't drink wine, and they become Nazarites. Now, do we have any Nazarites living today? There was Nazarites living during the time of Prophet Muhammad, and Isa hung out with them. And that bulk of his people was Nazarites, and he probably was a Nazarite too. But amongst the Nazarite are good people, priests and monks. They take the vow. Not these Christians with miniskirts going to church. Mistranslation. It should not say Christian. That's the wrong translation. They should just put Nazareth. They should just put what it says there, and don't put Christian. They try to interpret it, but it's interpreted wrong. Let's go word for word. Let's see what it says. Word for word. Enmity to those who believe. Look at this. Yahuda, Judah. So if you go to Haiti, you go to Benin, you go to Togo, and try to spread Islam amongst the voodoo people, which probably is Yahudu, Judah, they're gonna be really against it. If you go on YouTube and try to talk to Judah, Yahuda, they're gonna be against you. Oh, how do you believe Abraham didn't exist, and Moses didn't exist, and Moses didn't exist, and Abraham didn't exist, and David did this, and they're gonna be making up all kind of stuff. Talking about David was a homosexual and evil stuff. How? He just had over 400 wives, right? 300 wives, 300 concubines, over 8 wives. Get out of here. So you already know when you're dealing with Judah, and Judah was scattered to the four corners of the earth. Judah was scattered. Most High put Judah in a boat because Judah was acting a fool. Judah was a worse. So he put Judah in a boat and scattered them across the earth. But if you go to the other tribes, you go to Africa, you will see other tribes that don't have the nature. They're not like Judah. They're cool. They might, Judah's king. Judah want to run stuff. They want to bully you. Judah likes to bully. But the weird thing about it, something good is going to come from Judah, even though they're crazy. And those who are polytheists, they're going to be the worst ones in opposition. So don't get mad when you're talking to Judah and Judah don't want to listen to you. And surely you will find nearest of them in affection to those who believe, those who say, we are what? Nazareth, Samson, the Nazarites. And I don't even know if they're even around anymore. But during the time this was revealed, they were around. All right. And it's not talking about no Catholic priests. No. They are the Trinity people. They are the polytheists. They're not, Allah's not talking about them. Allah, the Catholics and the Christians, they fall right here. This where they're at. Right there. Polytheists. That's where they fall. They lie and say that the Christians are monotheistic. That's in the history books. That they're a monotheistic religion. How are you monotheistic when you worship 3 gods in one? That's not monotheistic. That's a lie. Poly means more than one. And they worship 3 gods. They say the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. And they say Jesus is a God. Jesus is God. That's what they say. So they're not monotheistic. They're right here, polytheistic. And they're in opposition too. They act just like Judah. Now, it didn't say the other tribes act like that. So you can go to Africa and maybe find the tribe of Joseph, and that might be cool. They might already accept Islam and just be cool. They might be a synagogue somewhere. It might be cool people. But Judah, the ones that were scattered, they got problems. We're not all the same. All Israelites are not the same. And I can't wait to get my butt to Africa so I can meet some other tribe. I want to meet the 11 other tribes, because Judah will make you pull your hair out. Can't wait to meet them. And some of you all are probably not even, some of y'all are not even Judah. Some of y'all Levites. Some of y'all are not Judah. All right, let's see. Let me see what time I got. How much time I got? Oh, let me see. Okay, I said I'll go an hour. So good. I'm here. Let's look at this. Let's look at this. Family Emerald or Levites. Yep. Okay, I'm gonna post some of these things. Let me stop sharing. Okay, comments. Let's look at these comments. America too, Salon, Salon. Lo, you ain't lying. Wow. Yeah, so yeah, don't worry. Don't worry when you talk to these Negroes in America. They're the scattered Judites. Some of you are not Judite. Some but Judah is gonna be a problem. They're not gonna listen to you. But the Messiah is supposed to come from Judah. So that's the ironic thing. The Messiah is supposed to come from the worst of the people. I'll have to watch the whole thing later. Okay. I had to go ahead and skip to this point of they live. I was just listening to the middle part of this lecture. Okay. All right, LOL. Thank you. There it is. All right, was Isa from the tribe of Yehuda? A good one, yeah. Okay, was Isa from the tribe of Yehuda, Judah, or was he from a Levite lineage of Musa? We know that Mary was Levite. That's in the Quran as well. Daughter of Imran. All right. She was from Levite. He was a Levite. That's why he went in the temple, because he's a Levite. He was like, what y'all doing up here? Levites is over the religion. They're the teachers of the religion. They do the sacrifices. They are the messengers in the Israelite world. And Judah probably took over the temple and stuff. But no. If Joseph was not his dad, then he was not Judah. He was not Judah. If Joseph wasn't his dad. I think from Levi, but he said he lived among the Nazarites. And you could be a Nazarite and be of any tribe. You could be any. It's a mixture. It's a mixture. It's kind of like Islam. You could be from any tribe and be a Nazarite. You take a vow, and it seems like the Nazarite, because it says good things about Nazarite, and then it says bad things about Nazarite. So they must have like kind of started a little Nazarite cult and got and some of the Nazarite, they start worshiping Jesus too. So they interpret it as Christian, but it really existed before. Before this Christian stuff. But a lot of Nazarites follow Isa, the original ones. And some of them was bad, rotten, and some of them was good. Okay, I'm just looking at it. Okay. Joseph and Mary's husband was Judah. Yep, according to the story. Yeah. Okay. Good. Okay. Here's another one. Nazarites, I believe they are indeed around, but they are not vocal too much, or they don't emphasize themselves being Nazarites too much in public. Yeah, that's awesome. Yep. Some of us Ephraim, a Levite over here. Yes. Indeed, right. LOL, right. Levites, right? The Levites are. Yep. I mean, you never know, man. Like, I'm not saying this is true, but I always thought like the Muslims, the black Muslims, is like, I always thought that like the Most High kind of separated us, and we might be the Levites, like the black Muslims, and then all the rest of the black people, the other tribes, because the Levites, they were not just walking around; they were warriors too. They were like the Muslims today, how even I'm not a Nation of Islam, but even like the Nation of Islam patrol, they're like the leaders, and even the Wallace Dean community and the black Muslims, they fear us. Like we patrol the neighborhoods. If the government let us, we could take over. If the government let us, we could take over. And the Levites were warriors. They were not just, they slaughtered Israel. Moses and the Levites, when they were in the desert and they worshiped the golden calf, the Levites the Most High let them do it, and they slaughtered Israel. Not all of Israel, but the evil ones that was worshiping the calf and stuff like that. And the ones that were trying to buck up against Moses, they were not just, they were warriors. They put a jihad on Israel. You know what I'm saying? And I think like the black Muslims, if the United States allowed us to handle these Negroes shooting up people in Chicago, if the Muslims get together and say, hey, you're not gonna do that no more, I think we can handle all those gangs. We can handle our people. We'll put our people in their place like the Levites. That's what they do. And our people will submit too. They'll leave it alone. Wallace Dean community, Farrakhan, they got together. We can we can bring righteousness throughout the land. But if we try to do that, the white man, the government is gonna come after us, and the police gonna be after us, and they trying to do this. We can't set our people straight like we used to. So I think a lot of black Muslims are Levites, and the Most High like led them to righteousness. I don't know. That's just a theory. I don't know if I'm right. That's my little theory. All right. Any more questions? I'm gonna get off of here. That's what I think. Cause Muslims are the teachers. The black Muslims are the teachers, and we should. The other tribes, and stuff. Any questions, comments, or anything else? I think an hour is good. Hour and 6 minutes is pretty good. And again, the Levites were the keepers of the temple, keepers of the masjid. Yeah, the government don't want our people straight. Yep. I mean, we wouldn't force religion on them, but we wouldn't allow the craziness. No, Jesus was not a Judite. How can Jesus be a Judite? Mary was not a Judite. It never says Mary was from the tribe of Judah, even in the Hadith of the New Testament. Joseph was not Jesus' father. So how can he be a Judite? It doesn't say that in Paul. Now, I know where the confusion comes in at. In the book of Revelations, it says he is from the tribe of Judah. But that's talking about when he come back. That's a prophecy. Jesus did not rule on David's throne in this life or in the hereafter. He will, Isa, in the future, he will come back as the Son of Man and from the tribe of Judah. And then he will be on David's throne in the future. But he came as a prophet. The first time he came as a prophet, a messenger. And his mama was Levite. And his dad, he didn't have a dad. Joseph was not his dad. According to the New Testament, Joseph wasn't his dad. Because Joseph wanted to, Joseph was messed up. Like, what's going on? We didn't even have sex. How you pregnant? And an angel in the New Testament, an angel had to come to Joseph and tell him, hey, it's okay. She didn't do anything wrong. She was pregnant by the Holy Spirit, or in the mistranslation, the Holy Ghost. So no, Jesus will be Judah when he come back. He will be Judah. And he'll fulfill that part of being Judah. But he came as a Levite. Back in those days, he was a prophet, he was a messenger, he was a Levite. Levites are messengers. To Israel. To Israel. Is Yahweh pagan? Well, I know they only found YHWH, right? They only found that. Those 4 letters. So the vowels were just added. So we really don't know the name. We just know YHWH. We don't know. That's why Yahweh is spelled different ways. You got Yahuwah. It's spelled different ways because you could just implant any vowel you want to implant it in because they never found the vowels. So it's kind of made up. So I would say the Most High, I don't use Yahweh. You said how can he come back as a Judite if he a Levite? He could come back as a Judite. It's called being reborn. When he taught, he said, when the Son of Man comes, he's not gonna come back as a son of Elohim. He's coming back as a son of man. He's gonna be a man. That means he's gonna have a mama and he's gonna have a daddy. Revelation chapter 12. And his mama and his dad is gonna be a Judah. It's from Judah. And he's gonna come back like it's gonna be like the time of Noah. He's gonna come back like Noah. Noah was a man that warned people, they didn't listen, and the flood came. It's a different life. He's coming back in a different life. Reincarnation, okay? Thank you for clearing that up. What do you think? Some people saying the angel is Jesus' father. The angel is Jesus' father. Ooh, that's a good one. Gabriel. We'll do a broadcast on that one. I don't want to mess with that yet. We know his father, according to the New Testament, his father was the Holy Spirit. Because it says she was impregnated by the Holy Spirit. Oh yeah, I remember now. Yes, I remember. Okay. The Quran says that the angel blew into Mary. So the angel blew into her vajayjay. Okay. So he was created from the Ruach. The angel blew into her. So the angel did not have sex. The angel blew into her. It says that in the Quran. I have to look it up. Can you find that, Noor? Because remember we talked about that a long time ago. I'm trying to remember that. Where that actually says the angel blew into her. And then they mistranslate it as the angel blew into her sleeve. No, the angel didn't blow into her sleeve. It blew into her and it went up into her stomach. Hold on. Is it a score? Yeah. So yes, some of the answers apply to paganism. Yep. Can you give ayat showing the reincarnation? Yes, one moment. Okay, you got that? Okay. That's a whole nother subject. But it's all good. It's all good. Yeah. In the book of Revelation chapter 12, it talks about Isa coming back. In Revelation, the first part of Revelation, it talks about him coming back like a thief in the night as the Son of Man. Okay. Like Noah. It's gonna be like he's coming back like Noah. And he's gonna have a new name. He's not gonna be named Isa. He's nobody's gonna know. He's gonna be like a thief in the night. Nobody's gonna know. He's not coming back and say, "Hey, I'm Isa." He's not coming back as Isa. He's gonna have another name. It's just like Noah. It's gonna be just like that. Father, the Holy Spirit, Ruach Kadesh, equal angel Gabriel. Wow. I want to find that part. Have you found the Noah where the angel blew into her? Okay, let me see. I'm gonna try to find it too. One second, y'all. I think I found something. It's two of them. I think I found something. Hold on. 21. This might be it. 2191. 2191. This might be it. Let me check this out real quick. Oh, it's the wrong one. 2190. Is it 91? Might be 91. And the one who guarded her chastity, so we blew into her through our angel, and we made her and her son a sign for the world. And she was, it's a better one than this. And she who was chaste, therefore we breathed into her of our spirit and made her and her son a token for all the people. We breathed into her of our spirit. Hold on 1 second. I think there's a better one. 66:12. Okay, hope y'all can see this. All right, and Mary, daughter of Imran, whose body was chaste, therefore we breathe therein something of our spirit. So her body was chaste. She was a virgin. She guarded her chastity. She was chaste, or she was not promiscuous. We, the angels, breathe in therein something of our spirit. So they breathe into her body, angelic of their spirit. They breathe into her like a ruah. And she put faith in the words of her Lord and his scripture, and she was of the obedient. So they came to her and they blew into her body. And they told her she was going to have a child. And her child, that's the words, right? The words of Allah was she was going to have a child, and the child was going to be holy, and the child was going to be a messenger of Israel. And she believed it. And she had faith in it. And she started seeing her stomach growing and growing and growing and growing. And she believed what they told her. So they did not come to her and have sex. They blew into her. An angelic spirit. So, I mean, women will understand this more than us. Being pregnant and having, if an angel come to you, you got to believe it, like you're going to be pregnant. Like you could be like, I don't think, you can deny that and be like, I don't think that's going to happen. Ain't nobody touch me. Remember she said, how I'm going to have a child and nobody touch me. She had to believe that spirit that they put in her was going to grow a child. Because she's not going to start showing until, a couple of months. So she had to literally believe it. Like, hey, I ain't never had sex. Your spirit is going to make my stomach grow. This ruah. Need a specific verse saying Jesus coming back as a new baby. I'm open, but the consensus of Jesus coming back as himself is till proven otherwise. Okay. So you think, I got you. We're going to get into it. We'll get into it today. So you think Jesus is coming back and his name is going to be Jesus? I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you in a minute. Wait, let me finish this. Okay, you found it. You found it for me. I'll just post it right there. She guarded her virginity. So we blew into her through our angel. So angel came to her. So not even the angel that's talking. It says we blew into her through our angel. So the angel that came to her was a little angel, right? Was a representative of the we. And we made her and her son a sign for the worlds. Yeah, the family around with Levites. Yep. Okay. Okay. Buddy wants to know this. Buddy wants to know this. Okay, let's talk about this. Let's talk about this. First, let's talk about this. Hold on. I got you. Give me a second. Let me find the verse for you. Hold on. He got it. 3. All right, I got it. I'm gonna give you a lot of them. I'm gonna give you a lot of them. All right, you say he's gonna come back. His name is gonna be Jesus. Here we go. Let me see. Hold on there. Give me 1 second. Okay. One second. Let me write this one down. Okay, got it. Boom, boom, boom. All right. This is for Buddy. What is his name? What is his name? All right, Baba. This is for you, Baba. Let me share my screen. First, you said he's coming back, and his name is gonna be Jesus. And then first of all, Jesus was never his name, ever. His name was, Yeshua. That was never his name. So right here, the one right here, Revelations 3:12, the one who is victorious, I will make a pillar in the temple of my God. Never again will they leave it. I will write on them the name of my God and the name of the city of my God, the New Jerusalem, which is coming down out of heaven from my God. Now listen, and I will also write on them my new name. So he has a new name. He's not even going to be called Yeshua or Jesus. He's going to have a new name. So he's not going to be addressed as Jesus or Yeshua. According to this, he has a new name, not an old name. He's going to have a new name. All right, let me show you something else. People looking for Jesus is not even going to be called that. 19, here we go. His eyes are like the blazing fire, and on his head are many crowns. He has a name written on him that no one knows but himself, but he himself. So those that overcome, he's gonna share with them a new name. He's gonna have a new name. So everybody they're worshiping Jesus, looking for Jesus, he's not even gonna be called that. He's not gonna be called that. He's gonna be called something else. All right. That's point number 1. Let me say long ago. I heard he would appear as himself to a long ago. I was told he would descend from heaven on the wings of 2 angels. New name, cool. Thank you. Thank you, Baba, for being so understanding. That's awesome. That's awesome. I thought he was gonna fuss me down. All right, let's see. I was told that he would descend from heaven on the wings of 2 angels and would land in Syria. Yeah, we were all told that. Nah, he coming back as a thief. A thief in the night. He's coming back as a thief. A thief, you don't even know a thief is here. You know when if somebody come and rob you, you might not even see him. You might see the back of his head. Thank you, Baba. I appreciate you. You might see the back of his head. Let me show you. I'm gonna show you another one. Let me show you another one. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see. Okay, this is a good one. 14:14. Now, I believe he is going to descend, but that's after he comes back like a thief in the night. Let's look more. I need share, share. Where is it? There we go. All right, so here we go. 14:4. It says, I looked, and there before me was a white cloud. Seated on the cloud was one like a son of man. Not a son of Elohim, not a son of the Ruach. He was a son of an angel because of that Ruach. He was a child of the Holy Spirit. This time he's a son of man, with a crown of gold on his head and a sharp sickle in his hand. I need it. 14:14. Let's go. Let me keep going. 14. I looked, and there before, I already read that part. All right, 15. Then another angel came out of the temple and called in a loud voice to him who was sitting on the cloud, take your sickle and reap, because the time to reap has come, for the harvest of the earth is ripe. So he who was seated on the cloud swung his sickle over the earth, and the earth was harvested. Remember, I said in the beginning, we are like grapes. We are symbolic. We are like grapes. We are like figs. So this angel that's getting ready, we're gonna keep going with this. This angel coming out of the temple, and we'll talk about that temple. It's a temple in heaven. All right, coming out of this temple is going to a man, a son of man, telling him to reap, gather people, because the earth is ripe. All right. We went through. We are actually African Americans. We are actually going through a process. We were slaves. All right. The black Muslim, the Nation of Islam, Elijah Muhammad, that was a part of a process of cleaning us up. Then we went to like the Wallace Dean. We went to Sunni Islam. We went to Hebrew Israelites. We were learning. We're being groomed. We're growing. We're being groomed. So the harvest, and even all the way back to Muhammad, peace be upon him, we're being groomed for a harvest. We're being groomed for a harvest. So the angel is going to come to this son of man and tell him to go reap, go out and gather people, because they're ready. The people are ready. They went through all of the schools. They went through all of the Hebrew Israelites, this and that. They're ready now. They're ready. They're ready. They're ready to be harvested. All right. Just like Noah. God told Noah, go out, build a boat, tell them that the flood is coming. This is the son of man. This is not son of Elohim, the son of a Ruach. Hold on. Let's keep going. Let's see what's going to happen. And the book of Revelations is written like that. It's written in symbolic language. All right. So he who was seated on the cloud swung his sickle over the earth, and the earth was harvested. So he gathered people. Another angel came out of the temple in heaven, and he too had a sharp sickle. All right. Still another angel who had charge of the fire came from the altar and called in a loud voice to him who had the sharp sickle. All right, so you got a man. An angel told a man to go gather people. All right, now all the people he didn't gather, like Noah, now the angel is telling another angel to go gather people. And this angel is the angel of death. He got a sharp sickle, but he's not a good angel. Well, he's a good angel, but he's not coming to do good. All right. So the Son of Man, he coming out. The people that denied Noah. All right, still another angel who had charge of fire came from the altar and called in a loud voice to him who had the sickle. Take your sickle and gather the cluster of grapes from the earth's vine, because its grapes are ripe. The cluster, the most. A cluster is a lot of grapes. So the Son of Man reaped, he gathered some people, and his angel coming to gather some people. Let's see what he's going to do. And the grapes represents people. Let's see what's going to happen to the angels. Let's see what's going to happen. Where we at? 19, where we at? 19. Angel, fire. Okay, we're right here, 19. The angel swung his sickle on the earth, gathered its grapes, and threw them into the great winepress of God's wrath. So, an angel came to a man and told him to reap. He reaped. Then the angel told another angel, the angel of death, to go reap the rest of the people. They were trampled in the winepress outside the city, and blood flowed out of the press, rising as high as a horse's bridle for a distance of 1,600 stadia. Now that's deep. Let me explain that to you. That's deep. All right. I looked this up. I got this written down. A horse's bridle. That's the saddle on the back of a horse. All right. The great and dreadful day of the Lord is going to be so bad when that angel come and kill everybody. Okay. The blood is gonna rise up to the height of a horse's bridle. That's basically the back of a horse, because the bridle is the thing you put on the back of the horse to ride him. So the blood is gonna be to the height. The blood of humanity is gonna be to the height of a horse's bridle and the distance of 16 stadia. I used to know what that was. I gotta look that up again. I used to know that distance. Hold on. Let me Google that. But it's a lot. It's like it's a lot of blood. It's a lot of blood. Hold on. So Allah's sunnah does not change. It does not change. When has Allah sent somebody from the sky? Never. He never sent nobody from the sky. Moses was born. Noah was born. Muhammad was born. That's his sunnah. Okay? They're born. I've always heard this was a river 600 known. Let me look at this link. All right. Let me see how much it is. How much is it? They should give it a number. 1,600. 600 feet at the early stadium. Okay, I'll find it later, man. I want to get I want to get it correct. But it's a lot. Okay. I'll get it later, put it in Facebook. But it's a lot of blood that's going to be shed in on humanity. But Allah, before he destroys, he sends a messenger. So there's a son of man, a human being. And this is a future prediction. So we know Issa's gonna have a new name. Nobody knows the name, but he knows the name. He's gonna come back as a thief in the night. One more. I ain't really want to get into all this. Revelation chapter 12. A great sign. I'm gonna read all of it. I'm gonna read it real fast. A great sign appeared in heaven: a woman clothed with the sun, with the moon under her feet, and a crown of 12 stars on her head. She was pregnant and cried out in pain as she was about to give birth. Then that woman, you know who that woman is? That woman is more likely, Israel, because the woman had 12 stars on her head. That's Israel, the 12 tribes of Israel. So the 12 tribes of Israel is going to give birth to somebody. All right. And in the Old Testament, Judah, to Allah, Judah is considered a woman. There's verses about Judah being a woman and Israel being a woman, an adulterous woman to him. She was pregnant and cried out in pain as she was about to give birth. Then a sign appeared in heaven, an enormous red dragon, that's the Shaitan, with 7 heads and 10 horns and 7 crowns on his head. That's his little, I can go into detail, but I'm not going to go into detail today. That's his little network on earth of kuffars. It's a tail swept a third part of the stars out of the sky and flung them to the earth. That's all that's all them jinns that came with him. The dragon stood in front of the woman who was about to give birth so that it might devour her child the moment he was born. She gave birth to a son, a male child, who will rule all nations with a rod of iron. And her child was snatched up to God and to his throne. So Israel, we're going to give birth to a child. We're going to give birth to a person that is not from here, that is connected to God and the throne. All right? Because if you read the book of Revelations, the lamb was slain and he was before the throne. And they gave him 7 eyes and 10. They gave him 7 eyes, which are the spirits, and 7 horns. He has 7 eyes and 7 horns. The 7 horns are the 7 angels. The 7 eyes are the 7 spirits. And he was slain before the throne. And they putting him back in the stomach so he could come back as a son of man with a new name. And he's coming back as a thief. Nobody knows that. Nobody knows it. Nobody knows. It's a thief in the night. You're going to be like Noah. And nobody's going to listen. Nobody's going to believe. Nobody's going to listen. And they're going to get destroyed. All right, so that's a birth. And this birth right here is the book of Revelation is a prophecy. It is not talking about Mary. Mary does not have 12 stars. 12 stars is the children of Israel. This is a prophetic book. It's a prophecy. Jesus already was born. All right. Yeah, the angel swung his sickle. Yep. All right, let me go back to the things and then I will get out of here. Let's see. Black bananas. Hold on. Somebody said something about bananas. Yeah, those are things, especially the black banner is a lie. Ever black banners. Let me put this up. Afghanistan has been nothing but failure. Them also violation of the Quran. Yep, Torah. Yep. Harvest. Yes, harvest. We're like grapes, man. We're like, even in the Quran, the angels say, like some of us are like dumb, like we cattle, They have pity on us. Little gingerbread men. Sounds like the Grim Reaper. Yes, it is the Grim Reaper. What do you think of Apostle Holy Dean, Messenger Samuel out of New Jersey, who says the new name of Allah is Ahiza? No. Allah is not going to have a new name. Jesus is having a new name. Allah does not have he's not going to have a new name. Well, I already think that he is false, okay? If you say Allah has a new name, no. Death with a sickle. Yeah, it's not going to be, you're not going to see an angel come out of the sky with a sickle and cut everybody down. No. He's going to come and gather the souls that die from the 7 trumpets in the book of Revelations. When they blow the 7 trumpets. Praise be to the creator of the 7 heavens and the 7 earths. Beautiful. Yes, indeed, controlling the angel's swing is sickle woo. Yes. And I want to get into, not today, I want to get into those 7 trumpets. Whenever you get time, go look in the book of Revelations, and we're going to look at the 7 trumpets. The 7 trumpets is what's going to happen like soon. That's the next thing that's going to happen, them 7 trumpets. That corona is just, that's just the smoke, the smoke before the real storm. The 7 trumpets. Alrighty. I got to get up out of here, y'all. Hold on. All right, you need the verses? Come on now, Noah. Y'all are lazy. I give it to you. You're being lazy. Hold on. And it goes along with the Quran. I will show you in the Quran. Those trumpets. But my favorite number, it is my favorite number. Revelation chapter 8. 8. Revelation chapter 8. And we'll go through, because I can't wait to get to the trumpets. We'll go through exactly what these trumpets are in real time. Because the white man, the pale horse, was given a third of the earth. And they're going to, right here, 8-7, a third of the earth will be burned up. So all of the shaitan's little world is going to go down. Because his time is up. Let's see, it was granted a third. The jinns that back him. I want to go to that real quick, and then I will leave you alone. Revelation 6. So y'all won't think I'm crazy. Where's that pale horse? Where you at, pale horse? There we go. The pale horse. When the Lamb opened the 4th seal, I heard the voice of the 4th living creature saying, "Come." I looked, and there before me was a pale horse. Its rider was named Death, and hell, Hades, was following close behind him. Now, remember in the Quran where Allah told Iblis to bring your cavalry and your infantry. All right? These horses, that's a part of these horses is a part of his infantry and the cavalry, his horsemen. All right. His rider was named Death, and Hades was followed close behind him. They were given power. I'm sorry, I made a mistake. They were given power over a fourth of the earth, to kill by the sword, famine, plague, and by the wild beasts of the earth. Okay. Other translations say the beast of the earth. So this pale horse, this is the jinns and the power, the spiritual power that back the English and the Spanish and the Europeans and Great Britain, gave them the power to conquer a fourth of the earth. And you can look that up. You can look at how much land these Europeans was able to conquer. And they was able to conquer a fourth. They wasn't able to conquer the whole planet. They just was given a fourth. They was granted. That's why I told you, Allah allowed them to do that. They killed with the sword. They killed the Native Americans. Famine, they starved people out. When they came with diseases. Remember? When they came to America, when they came to Canada, most of the Native Americans died from diseases. All right? And by the wild beasts of the earth. Now, other translation says beasts. That is the dog. They were sick. They sick their dogs on you. They brought the dog, and they sick their dogs on the Native Americans. And they chase you down with their trained dog, the beast. All right? And they also brought in the horse. A horse is a wild beast. They introduced the horse to the Americans. Native Americans never saw a horse before. They never saw certain animals, and they brought diseases. So the white man is not special. Okay, I told you it is a court case in heaven. I'm gonna let you go. It's a court case in heaven. We didn't keep the laws, so Shaitan won the court case. Shaitan is on the right side of the Creator, accusing. He is an accuser. He is accusing us. He say they're not keeping the laws. They're not keeping the Sabbath. He's accusing us day and night, right? And he was right. He is up there like a lawyer. Yeah, man, they did this, they did that. Now they don't deserve this. They don't deserve. I told you they will do that. He is an instigator. He is not a monster like you see in the movies. He is a snitch. Iblis, he gets you to do bad stuff. Then he goes up to heaven and tell on you. That is what he do. He is a weasel. He is nothing to be afraid of. He's a weasel. Okay? Nothing to be afraid of. He is not a monster. He is a weasel. He gets you to worship idols. Then he go up there and tell on you. He's the biggest snitch on the planet. Yeah, man. He get up like, yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. I told you they won't go keep the Torah. You sent the messenger, didn't you? They ain't listen. They ain't gonna do nothing. Can I go down? Can I bring you one of my horses down there? We should give us some earth. And then the Most High granted them a fourth of the earth. He won the court case. So that's what we're trying to do now. We're trying to get the offerings right so we can win the court case and kick his butt out of heaven so we can be granted land. We can be granted rulership on the earth. Right now, his ass ruled. Shaitan ruled because he won the court case. The Most High is just. Even if you're a weasel, even if you're evil, if you're right, you're right. He was right. He is the accuser. When you go to court, you have the defendant and you have the accuser. The plaintiff, I forgot. All right. So this is the power that backs the Europeans, the unbelieving Europeans. Let me be nice. This is the power. And the Native Americans, they didn't have a chance in hell. Allah granted them a fourth of the earth. They didn't have a chance in hell. We didn't have a chance in hell. It was granted. The best thing we should have did, the Africans that was coons, that was the best thing you could have, because you wasn't gonna go against the decree of Allah. So the Native Americans, they fought against it, but they wasn't gonna win. They were gonna get wiped out. And the Most High is not with the polytheists. If they were believers, he would have had their back, but they wasn't. So they live. If you're not a believer, you live off a chance. That's how you live. You're on your own. You live off a chance. Good things might happen. Good things might not. If you are a believer and the Most High is with you, then he's watching your every step. He's on your side. He's watching your every step. He will protect you. But if you're not with him, like the Native Americans, then hey, you might win, you might not. Good luck. Yes, luck. You're living off of luck. Good luck. Believers or not, we don't live off of luck. We're watched. Wherever we go, every step we're watched. All right, let me slow down. Okay, I gave the verses, right? 8. Revelations. You said Isa said I died. Where? In the Quran, right? That's the trumpets. Revelation 8, trumpets. Trumpets. All right, so y'all got to start looking to the heavens. Y'all got to start understanding that the children of Israel again lost the court case. But this time, we're going to win the court case. And he is going to, let me give you the verse to that, and then I got to leave you alone. Let me give you the verse of what's going to happen to his butt. Where that dragon at? Here we go. Where that dragon? Here we go. Oh, hold on. And then I'm going to let y'all go. I'm sorry. I got to tell y'all this. I got to show y'all about it. This is the weasel. All right, 7. Then war broke out in heaven. Michael and his angels fought against the dragon, and the dragon and his angels fought back. So the dragon has angels, okay, messengers. But he was not strong enough, and they lost their place in heaven. The great dragon was hurled down. The ancient serpent, that's Iblis, called the devil. So he's called the devil, but he's really a weasel serpent, a jinn or Satan. He's called devil or Satan. That's what he's called, but he's really a jinn. He's called that. He's possessed by shayateen, but he's a jinn who leads the whole world astray. He was hurled to the earth, and his angels, which means messengers, with him. Now, he got kicked out. So now we're not being accused anymore. But he's not kicked out yet. This is a prophecy. He's not kicked out yet. Then I heard a loud voice in heaven. He could go back and forth, back and forth. He's not prevented yet. Now have come the salvation and the power and the kingdom of God and the authority of his Messiah. For the accuser of our brethrens and sisterins. You know he don't like black folks because we look more like Adam than anybody on the planet, and you know he hates Adam. So he's an accuser of the brethren and sisters. For the accuser of our brethren and sisters who accuses them before our God day and night has been hurled down. So this weasel, he goes to the Creator and he accuses us day and night. He is in the Creator's ear day and night about what we do. Yeah, man, they do that voodoo now. Yeah. They say you don't even exist. Oh yeah. They rejected everything. Yeah. You know they worshiping Jesus, right? Yeah. They worship. I told you they ain't no good. Come on, man. Let me get them. You know, I got. You know, they're not grateful. Yeah. Day and night. This joker do this day and night. I don't know what's wrong with his brain. Day and night. He constantly go back and forth talking shit against the brothers and the sisters. And the Most High is just. If he's right, he got to get at us. He'll let him get at us. But we're going to get them offerings right. We're going to get this righteousness right. And he will be kicked out of, he won't accuse us anymore. And these curses will die down for the righteous and the believers for a little bit of time. But his snitching butt got to go. All right. All right. Let's see. Save that. Yep, that's true. Yeah, Esau was saved from the cross. He was taken up to the Creator. He was taken up to the throne of the Creator. But He has to shed that body. He has to be upgraded, or he has to shed that body. Let me show you another verse. I'm sorry. I gotta show y'all this. This right here is going to be a picture. This is the picture of Isa. Well, not a picture, but this is a scene of Isa. Five, six, there we go. Yeah, here's the first of the resurrection. He's the first of the resurrection. Then I saw a lamb looking as if it had been slain, standing at the center of the throne, circled by four living creatures and the elders. The lamb had 7 horns and 7 eyes, which are the 7 spirits of God sent out into all the earth. All right, this is the scene. Isa is caught up and he is before the throne. All right. So they have to take him out. They have to take his soul out of his body if they're going to return him to earth as the Son of Man. So, and when they bring, because the Quran says that Allah, he keeps souls and he turns souls away. That's in the Quran. Some souls he keep until the day of judgment, and some souls he turn them away. He sent them back. Oh no, if you can find that verse about him sending souls back, he do send souls back. It says that in the Quran. So right here, the Lamb now, he's given, when you come into this world, he's given 7 horns. The 7 horns is the 7 angels. These are the 7 angels. That's his guardian. Like we have angels that watch us and stuff. When we were born, we're assigned angels. And 7 eyes. The 7 eyes, and I could show you in other verses in the Old Testament what the horns are. And the 7 eyes, which are the 7 spirits of God sent out into the earth. The 7 spirits of God, that's in Isaiah. The spirit of knowledge, the spirit of truth, the spirit of understanding, the spirit of might, the spirit of the fear of the Lord, the spirit of counsel, and there's one more. Spirit of wisdom. That's in Isaiah. I think it's Isaiah chapter 1, about the 7 spirits. So this lamb, they're getting ready to put him back in the cycle of life. And they're giving him 7 horns, 7 spirits. But yeah, he went up and he's before the throne. That's what he do. Other souls go to the Barzakh, or that mountain that mountain in the book of Enoch, the mountain. Then you have Isa. Isa was telling his followers they would not taste death. He wasn't talking about death like you die or you get shot and you die. He was talking about becoming a ghost. Death is a place. Death is a place. He was telling them that they would not go to the Barzakh. They would not go to that mountain. They would not go to death. It's a place. I will show you that death is a place. And they didn't go there. It says that his followers was there at the throne too. They're on the altar. They're under the altar before the throne. They did not go to the Barzakh. He was right. That's what he meant. And he didn't go to the Barzakh. He went to the throne. Did Enoch? No, I'm not gonna get into that. I'm not gonna get into that one. For last thing, I'm sorry. Is let me show you that death is a place. (2014). Then death and Hades, death and hell, were thrown into the lake of fire. The lake of fire is the second death. Death is when you become a ghost. Hades is hell. Death is a place. It's a place, the Barzakh. Hell is a place. You can die and go to hell. You go to Hades and be tormented. The lake of fire has not been kindled yet. The lake of fire is going to be kindled on the day of judgment. Right now, when you die, you go to death, you go to a place. The book of Enoch talks about this mountain and these caves, these hollow places. Or you go to Hades. That's Greek, but it's hell. You go to a hell. There is a hell. On the day of judgment, you will come from these places, and then you will go to the lake of fire. That's the final destination. So death and Hades, hell, will be thrown into this final lake of fire. That's the second death. So the lake of fire is day of judgment. That's what the Quran talks about, the lake of fire. When you die, you still can go to a place, a hell. You can go to hell. Now, is this hell eternal? No. No. One day, this hell will not exist anymore. Death and hell. So this is not the eternal hell. This is not the hell that the Quran talks about. Quran talks about the lake of fire. All right, I'm sorry. You can go to death, you can go to hell, or you can stay asleep until the trumpet is sounded. Or you could go, if you with Isa, you could go up to the throne. Or if you was murdered and you with Isa when he's here, you go up under the altar to the throne. Let me establish this. I don't want to be talking crazy. Here we go. Let me establish this. 6'9", 6'9", 6'9". And then I got to let y'all go. 6'9", 6'9". 6'9". And then I gotta let you go. Here we go. 6'9". When he opened the fifth seal, I saw under the altar the souls of those who had been slain because of the word of God. Remember what the Quran says? Those that are slain for God is not dead. They did not go to death. They're alive. Remember the Quran says that? They didn't go to Hades. They're not asleep. And they did not go to death. They did not go to death and become ghosts. I saw under this altar the souls of those who had been slain because of the word of God and the testimony that they had maintained. Other people that are slain before their time, and they didn't die for the word of God. Most of them jokers become ghosts. But if you slain for the word of God, you're alive. You don't become a ghost. Or if you follow Esau when he was here. But what's gonna happen to these people? They called out in a loud voice, "How long, sovereign Lord, holy and true, until you judge the inhabitants of the earth and avenge our blood?" So all the righteous people that died because of the one God, they all want this place to be judged. They want revenge. Then each of them was given a white robe, and they were told to wait a little longer until the full number of their fellow servants, their brothers and sisters, were killed just as they had been killed. So these martyrs are praying to the Creator. They're under the altar. The altar is in front of the Creator. And they praying for the Most High to judge the earth and avenge their blood. And the Most High said, just wait a little bit. Some more people got to get killed first before we tan their butt. That goes along with what the Quran says. The Quran says if you die for the cause of Allah, you're not dead. You're before God. All right, I'll leave it at that. Hold on. Let's see now. Okay, we got prophecy 1. Okay. Who is he according to the Quran? Okay. Yeah, according to the Quran, Isa is a word from God. He is a spirit from God. He is a messenger. And he is a spirit from the Creator. Oh, his job. His job was to be a messenger to the children of Israel and bring the children of Israel back to the laws of the Creator by way of miracles. His first time, miracles. This time he is not. He's just a man. By way of miracles, so they'll believe in God. Those miracles were only given to him so the children of Israel will increase in faith and believe. It wasn't because he was trying to, I got powers and I'm going to, no. There was to show power to convince them to believe. It says it, a word from God in the Quran. Yes, he is like Adam. Yes. How is he like Adam? He is like Adam because Adam's didn't have a father. Isa didn't have a father. Adam was the ruler of the earth. He was set up as the ruler of the earth. Now Isa in the book of Revelation will be under the Creator, just like Adam, a ruler as well. Yes, a word from God. Yes, he is a word from God, meaning he walks around and dwells with the angelic beings. The angels are a word from God or speech. It's like if Gabriel and Michael, angels, if they're talking and you can walk in and listen to the conversation, a speech of the Elohim. Or he's coming with the perspective or with the interpretation that Allah wants, that is the true interpretation and the true word or speech from the Elohim. I believe he was supported by Holy Spirit. Yes, I believe that too. Special, but not like Adam. Adam did not have a mother. No, Adam did not have a mother. So Adam was an adopted son of God. Adopted, not blood. The Quran says that Allah does not have any sons and daughters. If you look up the word, it means biological. But adoption, in the earlier scriptures, it says that David was adopted son of God. He was adopted. Solomon was the adopted son of God. Adam was the adopted son of God. Adam didn't have a father. So Allah was like, Allah set rules for Adam, and he broke the rules and he had to get kicked out of the house. Kind of like a father. But not biological. When you say biological, that's when you get into blasphemy. But you can be adopted, where the Most High treats you and protects you and love you like a son or a daughter. David was like that. Solomon was like that. Or he can whoop you. Hold on. He can whoop you like a son or a daughter. Hello? Mm-hmm. Hold on. Yep. I want to listen to the host. Can you post the verse? Oh, let me post the verse. There we go. Is that the verse that you want me to post? Okay. Prophecy 1, Allah speaks many words when he says unto a thing, be, and it is. Yep. Isa. Nah. There's only one God. Yes, give me a verse. Prophecy 1, give me a verse. Yes, yes. Oh, all right. Thank you, Noah. Isa is also one of the ones that will be that is brought near to God. Not the only one. Hold on, I'm trying to get through these comments. Let me see. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. We go step by step. Let's do it. Come on, Prophecy 1. Give me something. I'm not going to comment till the host reaches this comment. I want to have a proper dialogue. Let's do it. I'm at the comment. I see you. Chapter, I see you. The angels are called sons of God in the Torah. Yes, but they're not biological. The Quran clears that up. We can't do that. Not biological. Islam has to tell me that's more convenient. I would do that and stop messaging her here. Okay. You said 65:4. What is that about? Do I need to look it up? Only one God, many gods. It's only one. Like the creator is there's nothing like the creator. All right. Even the angels, it says the angels, all right, the jinn were created from the smokeless fire. The angels were created from the nur of Allah. Now let me break this down now. The angels were created, nur means light, but it means reflected light. So there's not even the light is reflection. They were created from the reflected light. That means the light has to bounce off of something. And that's what they were created from. They wasn't even created from the light. They was created from, it had to be broken down from Allah's light. And Allah's light, that's the veil in itself also. So there's nothing like the creator. It's only one God. Hold on, keep us from the whisper rejecting Satan. Scriptures to be invoked before reading. Yes. It's about divorcing females. Oh, I need to understand what it really says. I have heard many views. Yeah, I would love to. I mean, um, I would love, like they say the Quran say that you can beat women, right? They gotta read that a little closer. But I really want to get into that because I can clear that up. That's very easy to clear up. But all right, let me see what he said. The creator created the other deities, so the creator is the top with the most power. No, they're not deities. Deities is some people. They're supposed. Deity means you worship them. Angels don't want to be worshipped. Angels of the Most High do not want to be worshipped. You might have jinns or lower level beings trying to make you worship them, pretending to be angels, but real angels from the Creator do not want to be worshipped. Okay, let's look at that. This is easy. This is easy. And those women from among you who have despaired of menstruation, if you are in doubt, their Ida is 3 months, as well as of those who have not yet. Okay, yeah. If you're divorcing a woman, if you're divorcing a woman, then the waiting period for her to get with somebody else is 3 months. All right. Why is it 3 months? Number one is 3 months because you have to make sure she don't have your baby. All right. If you divorce a woman or she divorce a woman, I'm sorry. If she's being divorced and she get with somebody else 2 weeks after y'all break up and you had sex with her, then we don't know who that is. So there has to be a waiting period so we can make sure she and sometimes women have their periods be kind of off. So she can have a month that's like off and then she still could be pregnant or something like that. I mean, it could be like some type of malfunction. So 3 months is good to make sure she is not pregnant. And a woman has to recalculate. A woman, when she's with a man, she becomes attached to the man. So she needs time to be celibate. So her mind, so she can get unattached to you. She need time to unattach. If she don't have that time to unattach, and she have a man this week, and then she break up and have another man the next week having sex with another man, it screws her mind up and she becomes crazy. She's attached to 2 or 3, 4 dudes, and it's like she need that time. And a lot of these women out here are jacked up in the mind, and some of them, like whores, we're not supposed to marry women that are promiscuous and have many partners. That's what the Quran says, because they can attach to you. A woman is supposed to attach to you and like love you and just be like adore. They supposed to be thinking about you at night. They supposed to be calling you. They're supposed to be attached. They're supposed to be stalking you. I'm not gonna say stalking you, but they're supposed to be attached to you. You're supposed to cling on to her. Because when you have sex with her, you penetrate her heart and she bleed. So you supposed to attach to her and stop the bleeding. You supposed to be her. What the Quran say? You supposed to be her clothing, and she supposed to be your clothing. You supposed to attach to her. And when you break up, she need time to heal her heart. Because if her heart is penetrated too many times, she'll bleed out. And if she bleeds out, she become heartless. She become heartless. That means she don't feel anything anymore. And she becomes a bitch. And she don't feel anything. She don't love you. She's all about that money. If she don't get that time, it's going to be all about that money. All right, where we at? I mean, when I say all about that money, meaning she's not going to like love you. She's not going to have true love for you. As for those who have pregnancy, their term is that they give birth. Okay, now, if she's pregnant, you cannot divorce a pregnant woman. According to the Quran, as for those having pregnancy, their term is that they give birth to their child. So you cannot divorce a pregnant woman until she gives birth. Sorry. Because a pregnant woman, a lot of times people get divorced when a woman get pregnant. Because a woman sometimes act a fool when she's pregnant because her hormones are going crazy. So she might be really out of her mind and not really being herself. So you can't divorce her. Now, when she have that baby, you might see the baby and change your mind. And y'all might start hugging, you know, the baby might bring y'all back together. So in Islam, you cannot divorce a pregnant woman. You got to take care of her. It's not halal to divorce a pregnant woman. No matter how crazy she is. Now, you ain't got to let her kill you. But she's still your wife until she had that baby. There is no deity worthy of worship but Allah. All other creatures are his servants, bowing to the one on the throne. Yes, Baba, there's no God but one, the creator, Allah. No God but the creator. He has power over all the things that he created, meaning he has the power to destroy them. And he's very high above them. Whatever deities you're talking about, he's way above that. He's above them. Okay? All right, Wait a minute. Can we go back to the first part of the verse? Oh man. Okay, the first part of the verse said the waiting period is 3 months, right? That's what it said. It's 3 months, right? Tell me yes or no. Oh, that's a good question. Can you just say no? You cannot say I divorce you and it's over. Okay? In the Quran, it goes along with the Torah. You have to write a bill of divorce. All right? How is she gonna know her waiting period? And unless you write a bill of divorce. You write a bill of divorce, you write down, all right, I divorce you on this date. And then you count the 3 months. You got to give her notice of this is the waiting. This is your waiting period. This is the 3 months. So you have to write a bill of divorce and give it to her or him. Yes, it's good to have witnesses. And also, let me tell you something deep. The Quran says that you have to give. There's a gift that you got to give for divorce. When you divorce somebody, you're supposed to give them a gift. It says that in the Quran. People don't know about that. You're supposed to give a gift when you divorce somebody. Yeah. Let me see if I can find it. You're supposed to give a gift. But your divorce is not supposed to be angry. Yeah, it's in the Quran. It's called a parting gift. Parting. A parting gift. So if you divorce somebody, you owe them a gift. So you give a gift, a parting gift. You give a gift when you get married, and when you get a divorce, you give a gift. You're not supposed to divorce in an angry way. Post it again. Prophecy 1. Just post it again, man. The imam here told my husband X, and he left us the same night 2 years ago. Subhanallah. Let me see. You was pregnant? Oh, all he said is I divorced. That's all he said. I mean, listen to what I'm saying. If y'all was fighting or something like that, then I mean, y'all can separate. But you're not divorced until the 3 months. Like he could still try to get with you in those 3 months. If you have sex with him within those 3 months, then you have to start over. Oh, ask Noah, can you post that verse again for Prophecy 1? Yeah, you got to be careful of those hadiths. Those hadiths will mess your marriage up. It will mess everything up. The Quran already clears it up on what you're supposed to do. They will mess your marriage up. Now, he can't say, I divorce you, and like, okay, he's divorced at that moment. Now, he got 3 months, man. And in the Quran, it says that you're supposed to be taken care of for a year. Sorry, guys. I'm giving, I'm sorry. In the Quran, it talks about a woman being taken care of for a year. Sorry. Oh, you said what you should do. Do you want to divorce him? Oh, he left the night y'all had sex. Yeah, that's some weird junk. Let me ask you, do you want to divorce him? Hold on, I gotta go all the way down. Oh, he didn't follow anything from Surah 65? He just said we divorce. Do you want to divorce him? That's the question. It depends on what you want to do. Do you want to divorce him? I mean, do you not want to be with him? Or do you want to be with him? Now, those that do not judge by what has been revealed is no better than a disbeliever. So Khadijah, I don't care if he is say he's a believer. If he don't do what the Quran tell him to do after you remind him, you supposed to do it the right way, then he's no better than a disbeliever. Or after somebody reminds him. The imam didn't tell him to do this? Oh, it's been 2 years now. Oh. Okay, but now you don't want him. Now you don't want him. It's over. It's over, right? Send him a bill of divorce. It's been 2 years. That's a long time. Send him a bill of divorce. If, send him a bill of divorce. I mean, it's 2 years. That's a long time. Wow, I don't want to get in your business. Have you all been having sex? Or he's totally abandoned you for 2 years? Okay, he abandoned you. Okay. If you know where he at, send him a bill of divorce, and you're done. It's all like now, marriage is all Khadijah is all about your heart. That's what it's about. That time period is for you as a woman to heal. So you're not like a crazed whore, or mentally messed up, or your heart bleeding out. All the women know what I'm talking about. When I talk about heart bleeding out, they know what I'm talking about. Do you feel like you can attach to another man? Okay, okay. But I mean, long as y'all ain't having sex and you getting attached to him again. You have it healed? Okay. Yeah, you need to heal yourself. If you want to not be with him, you need to send him a bill of divorce. Okay. But you haven't healed. Are you still, this is what I'm saying. Are you still attached to him? You trying to be with somebody else, but you're attached to him. You got to be careful. You don't want to stab a scab. A lot of women do that. Their hearts are jacked up, and then they get stabbed again. And when you stab a scab, then the next man has to pay for what he did, and you don't want to destroy the next man. Make sure your heart is right and you ready for the next man, because you don't want to put double on the next man and destroy the next man, because that scab open up. No problem, Khadijah. But make sure you gotta be careful with them hadiths now. The next person you get with, make sure they don't do the same thing. In the Quran, there's a chapter called hypocrites. Everybody that says that, listen, we all used to believe that. I used to believe every Muslim was good. That is a lie. I believe if you was a Muslim that you would go do right. But that is not true. There's a chapter called hypocrites. Every Muslim is good. Now I'm saying be careful. Like, you having sex with him and stuff, that's your man. Just be careful. Don't make up your mind what you're gonna do. Okay. Let's see. Thank you so much, Khadijah. Go to Facebook. Islamic House of Israel is on Facebook. Go to Facebook. Type in Islamic House of Israel. Subscribe. And he's following the hadiths. Yeah. He supposed to give you a gift. Yeah, marriage is deep. Marriage is deep. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Prophecy 1. Well, I'm sorry, Prophecy 1. Khadijah, just know your heart. Don't play around with your heart, man. You a woman. You don't want to be no bitter person with a like one thing. When your heart bleeds out, when you see those women on the street that are prostitutes, they don't feel nothing no more. They're dead. They're walking dead. Their heart is bled out. They cannot attach to nobody. They're walking dead. They bled out. They're like a corpse. Even them, even if they stop it, even Allah can heal them, heal their heart. They got a lot of scabs, but if they just stop what they're doing and say, I want to change my ways, their heart will come back. That girly love will come back. Women's supposed to have girly love. They're supposed to be girly love. And men supposed to manage that. We're not supposed to break their hearts, because they're gonna be naive. They're gonna have just so much love for us, and we can't break their hearts. We gotta manage that, because they'll turn it to us. They'll turn it to men. They'll be niggas like you. You walking around and they. I'm not saying this. I'm not saying to go to the club. I'm just being funny. They'll be at the club right there with you. You know what I'm saying? Like they'll be a dude. They act like a dude, just like you. If you break up, you mess up their heart. You want them to be girly. They're supposed to be thinking about you at night. They're supposed to be texting you. They're supposed to be worried about you when you coming home. If they have too much sex, they'll lose that, and they won't care. They'll be like, all I want is that bread. Okay. Where you at, man? Prophecy 1. I'm just trying to understand his point of view and ideas before I interact directly with him. Okay, what's up? Y'all know what I'm talking? Khadijah know what I'm talking about? We create monsters. When we run through the women in high school and stuff, we create monsters. And then we complain that y'all are not girly. Okay. As for those having pregnancy, their term is that they give birth to their child. Yes. If they're pregnant, you cannot divorce them. Prophecy 1, did you understand that? You cannot withhold your goods, your money, your support from them because they're pregnant. Now she's trying to kill you. You can leave, but you know, you can't just leave her out there. You got to support. Okay, first part, Noah. Can you find the first part? Let me see how to think. Give me the chapter. I want to look at it. I want to look at the chapter. Give me the chapter and the verse real quick. All right, hold on. I need to look at this. 65 for. Give me 1 second. Okay, now that is, I can share the screen. That is a weird, messed up translation. Okay, that's wrong. That translation gives the false appearance that you can get with underage girls, but that is not true. And those who no longer expect the period among your women. This is talk about older women. This is talk about older women that are married, that you're trying to divorce a woman that does not have a period anymore. She still got to wait 3 months. Now you see it's more than just pregnancy. Is her heart too. A woman that does not have a period, she could be brokenhearted as well. So this is talking about the heart and not just pregnancy, the healing of a heart. And those who no longer expect her period among your women, if you doubt, then their period is 3 months. So even if she don't have a menstrual cycle, she got to wait 3 months too. If she no longer has one, that means she's older, not younger, older. Or I don't know. Some women that got like disorders where they don't even have one. Here's another one. Such of your women as have passed the age of monthly courses. That means she's older, not younger, but older. See, you see, Nor, the verse you put up was jacked up, man. I'm not saying it's your fault, but the verse you put up made it seem like you can mess with underage girls. You understand what I'm saying, Nor? I'm just reading the first part. Okay. I need to go to the next part. I need to go to the next part. Oh, okay. I'll read all of it. Sorry. If you doubt, then their period is 3 months. All right. And also for those who have not menstruated, and for those who are pregnant, their term is until they give birth. All right. So they are women that don't have a period. They might have a disorder. Okay. All right. Does that make sense? It's not talking about underage children. It's talking about women. I continued. Okay, I'll read it all again. I'm sorry. I thought I continued. All right. Such of your women as have passed the age of monthly courses, for them the prescribed period. If you have any doubts, it's 3 months. And for those who have no courses, those that do not have a period, for those who carry their period is until they deliver their burden. And for those who fear Allah, He will make their path easy. All right. Now, for those who have no courses, all right, for those who carry life within their wombs. Women that are pregnant do not have a period. This right here, this part is together. It's together. All right. And for those, all right, women that are pregnant do not have a period, and if they have a disorder and they don't have a menstrual cycle. Now let me check. All right, women. Yes, I'm talking to the women because I don't know anything about menstrual cycles like that. Is it a such thing as women having a disorder, not having their periods, or having irregular periods? And I know if they're pregnant, they don't have a period. Not a miracle. What are you talking about? Hold on. It's talking about women who don't have periods, whether medical or post. Yes, okay. Noah, do you want to come and explain that? Because you are a woman. Okay, Khadijah said yes, there is. All right. I want to make sure that I have an understanding. No, I do not. Prophecy. No, I do not. No, you want to come in? Because I would like a woman to explain this. Would you mind coming in and helping me explaining this? Because I'm not a woman. I'm not gonna say it ain't nobody in here, but I'm not gonna say any names. But I do know a woman that's kin to me that don't have a period. Go ahead.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
All right. Assalamu alaikum to the room. Sister Prophecy 1, come out with what you're saying. What is your point?
No, I mean, I know what she's saying. It's a she? Okay. She's saying
I know what she's saying. I want her to say it.
She just wanted me to explain the first part.
So we're talking about situations where there are sisters out there who don't have periods for whatever reason. There are sisters out there who don't have menstrual cycles. They're either above age or they're having some medical conditions who don't have menstrual cycles. Allah, the Most High, creator of heaven and earth, Allah is the most wise. He addresses all issues and circumstances. There are also sisters out there who have had problems having children, who have had problems having menstrual cycles, but they have been with their husband and miraculously they've had a child. They've got pregnant. So Allah in his infinite wisdom addresses all of those issues. But we read scriptures, and the scriptures tell us what is considered a maturity, and there is nowhere in the Quran that speaks of child marriages and men having intercourse with female children, if that is what you're getting at.
Yeah, I didn't know that's what you did until now. Like, okay.
Yeah, I thought this was something. I thought we were really trying to dig into some sister issues, but I see where we're going with that. So
But
I'm
let's clear that up. And
let's clear it up.
Yeah.
And say what you feel. Don't beat around the bush. If your question is, does Islam allow female child brides, then ask that question, because that can easily clear it up. Brother,
that's easy.
Can you clear that up?
Yes. No, in the Quran, it never, and in any scriptures, it never condones any type of child marriages, 14, 15. Now, look at nature, okay? A girl she can be 13, 12, and she can look like a woman, all right? But she is still not ripe, all right? Just like an apple. An apple can have a seed. A girl can have a menstrual cycle. She can have a menstrual cycle when she's 11, when she's 12, when she's 13. She can have a seed, but not, when I say seed, I'm talking about a period. Like an apple having a seed. An apple cannot be ripe and still have a seed. A grape cannot be ripe and still have a seed. A 12-year-old, 11-year-old, a 13-year-old, just because she has a period doesn't mean she's ripe. All right. Now, in the Quran, it talks about the age of maturity, and then it backs it up when it talks about Joseph. Joseph received his dream during the age of maturity. Then you go to Genesis, and Genesis, he received his dream when he was 17 years old. Okay? So, Islamic House of Israel, we go with 18 years old because we're in the land of the United States and we go with 18. But the age of maturity is actually 17.
And it actually says 17 in the scripture. Can you show that?
That's like a whole nother subject. I gotta like.
But I don't like folks
I know.
Implying things against Allah, Allah the Most High, and I don't like folks implying things against this Quran, the final scripture, that book that was revealed. So let's clear it up.
And the age of maturity, 17 is higher than like a lot of states in the United States. A lot of states is way higher. And it also says in the Quran that it's basically better to marry equal in age. It says on the day of judgment, the harem will be equal in age. It actually said that.
Prophecy 1. Yes, I did post a verse, and I didn't look at the various translations. Brother Malmod in the beginning went through for about 30 minutes showing how verses are poorly translated, and he went through how to go using the Quran corpus, how to make sure that you're reading the proper translation. And for that, I do apologize. I didn't, when I found the verse, I thought that you had a question, and I just post that verse without going through that process. And for that, I apologize. But like Brother Kentron, Brother Malmar, he went through about 30 minutes showing when we were talking about who are the people of the book, and how a lot of times translations are put up there from a racist point of view, or whatever the point of view of the translator. Okay. And you asked the question, can we read Arabic? Well, that was addressed as well. We have the Quran corpus that breaks down every single way the word is used in the Quran. It gives you the text, it gives you the verbs, it gives you the nouns, it gives you the how it's used in the Quran, where you can go in there, you can read through it to get your understanding. So you don't need to be an Arabic scholar to go through the Quran corpus. Alhamdulillah, Rabbil Alameen. So that thing that people are using, saying, oh, in order for you to understand the Quran, you need to know Arabic, is crazy. That's why we have tools out here that, alhamdulillah, this brother here is showing the Muslims, and not only the Muslims, just people, period, people, believers, period, people, period, who want to know, who have an open heart to want to know, learn, and understand, instead of trying to come and bring arguments when it's not even necessary, and bring fitna when it's not even necessary. So I think the answer to your question has been answered, but I will admit my wrong when I should have did what the brother has been teaching. and making sure to post the correct verse. But thank you for that, Sister Prophecy One. Thank you for that. And glory to the Lord of the worlds.
Yep. Hold on. Okay. You wanted me to find the verse?
Yes, please find that verse, because
all right, I got. It's
what you
like
understand this is we look at all the revealed scriptures. Okay, we don't use hadith and all these other kinds of things. We look at all the revealed scriptures. So Brother Kentron is getting ready to show you in the book of Genesis where it shows you exactly what the age of maturity is. But thank you for that understanding. Thank you. Yeah, well, Prophecy One, if you feel like that, if you feel that way, sis, there are many so-called scholars out there for you to go to.
Oh, it's okay. Listen.
Blessings be upon you.
Prophecy One, you're a scholar. Can I ask you a question about your scholar? Are you listening? Prophecy One.
She's not listening. She's just trying to cause arguments and fitna.
Okay, I won't go there then, because I was gonna like she pulled rank, and I was gonna pull a little rank. She pulled rank. I was gonna pull rank. She pulled rank, and I would love to pull rank.
She says, "Why go to a Christian text?" She said, "When we're talking about the book of Genesis."
Stop. When did the Christians write the book of Genesis? The Genesis is a Hebrew, children of Israel text, not a Christian text. Christians didn't even exist during that time. Christianity didn't exist when the book of Genesis was written. So it's not a Christian text. You got to get out of the world, get out of this world. Please, get out of the world. All right, I put up the wrong one. It's an Israelite text. Now Paul is a Christian text. I'll give you that.
Prophecy One, are you a Christian?
All right. And test the orphans. Test them. That means they go to school, right? They say Islam don't believe in going to school. No, test. Test the orphans until they reach marriageable age. Marriageable age. Then, if you perceive in them sound judgment, release their property to them. All right. So there is a marriageable age, and it's connected to having sound judgment. I'm not gonna tell y'all, but I work with high school people, and a lot of them don't have sound judgment. 14, 15, 16, 16-year-olds don't have sound judgment at all. Sometimes 17 and 18 don't have sound judgment. All right. So there is an age of marriage. And some translations say age of maturity. Let me see, where are we down to age? All right, let me show you. I got to go to Joseph. Noah, could you find me that story of Joseph in the Quran?
Yes. And while I'm looking that up, just to answer a question on why are we using Genesis? We're using Genesis because it tells us in the Quran to believe that if you are a believer, to believe in all the previously revealed scripture, Torah, Injil, Sabur. So that's why we use Genesis.
Find that verse for me real quick. Not in Genesis. I know I can find a verse in Genesis. Find the one in the Quran where it talks about Joseph and Joseph. Okay. Let me see. I think I can find it. Hold on, y'all. Find it.
Yeah, I'm looking for it.
Okay. Yeah, I could do a whole video on that.
And at the end of the day, it's not about arguing and debating about this and arguing and debating about that, you have your choice to read to follow go to whatever sheikh or whatever scholar you feel that you want to go to. It's totally up to you. That is your choice. You have the choice to read the previously revealed scriptures, as Quran has told us to do, or not. That is your choice. Allah tells us in the Quran that there is no compulsory in religion. So that is totally up to you, sis.
Okay, I got to pull rank. Prophecy 1. Are you listening to Prophecy 1? You say your scholar speaks Arabic, right? Yes or no? Your classic scholar. They speak Arabic? Has he received the Ruach from Allah? He speak Arabic. Has he received the Ruach from Allah?
She
Yes or
said
no?
she doesn't believe in the previously revealed scriptures.
Now I'm asking her a question. She said she pulled rank with Arabic, so let's pull rank. Have your scholar received the Ruach from Allah? Yes. Prophecy 1, yes. Now your Arabic means nothing. You knowing Arabic and your scholar knowing Arabic now pulling rank. Do your scholar have a Ruach? Has he received the Ruach? Prophecy 1? No. So I just pull rank. The Ruach, that is above all of that. So go to your scholar and ask your scholar, has he received the Ruach? I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about your scholar. Ask him about the Ruach. All right, I'm done with that. Moving on. Okay, Maroon, come in.
Assalamu alaikum, brother.
Wa alaikum salam.
Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Alhamdulillah bil alamin. I want to address that to Prophecy 1.
Thank you.
So here's the thing, and if she wants, I had when I used to follow a hadith, I had refutation videos up on this very subject. Okay, so I don't know if she's into. She knows about the word bikr. Okay, the word bikr, like for girl or women, but nisa in Arabic is referring to women. Has nothing to do with girls. Okay, but what she want to do is it's simple. You can go look it up on YouTube. The different arguments among Muslims, and they each have the hadith to back the position up. So there's number one. What I want to say is there is not one scholarly position on the subject that she's bringing up. Okay, they can't even agree on that. All right, you can type in right now, Aisha was 21 years old. You can type in Aisha was 18 years old. You can type in Aisha was 6. Aisha was 9. They don't know what age Aisha was. They got hadith and rationalizations to back each point up. Okay, so that's a hadith. I don't think she understands that the Islamic House of Israel, we're not Sunnis or Shiites. We don't follow they made up scholars that they appointed themselves as, because even the word that they use for al-ulama, even in the Quran, does not mean scholars. Okay, but yeah, she might want to go look that up before coming here and saying, is this about an underage girl? You know, right. And then because that actually comes from the stance of certain hadith that they read. And so what they do is they take a hadith concept, as we know, and they read into the Quran. So they're not even going by the Quran itself for what it says for itself. For example, when you showed the whole ayat is referring to women. Right. It has nothing to do with little girls. Even the name of the surah is called Nisa, women. Wow. It has nothing to do with girls. So that's a thing that she might want to go look up. Go look up Aisha was 21. And what you'll find is you'll see the arguments for Aisha being 18 or 21 They'll give you a hadith. They'll give you rationalizations. You could also, if you want, if they allow it in here, I could post some of my old videos where I was refuting one of Young Pharaoh's video back in the day when he was making accusations about Islam being on pedophilia, and I was into hadith then, right? And I brung out Imam Abu Hanifa's books. Imam Abu Hanifa was way before Sahih al-Bukhari, and Imam Abu Hanifa's position was that the marriage age is 18. We know that the Hanafi school is the first madhab in Sunni Islam. Okay, so if the first madhab in Sunni Islam is Hanafi, then what do we care about what the Salafi said later on?
Right.
You see?
Yeah.
So, I mean, this has been an early argument. Imam Abu Hanifa said it's 18. Some of his students differ with him later on and went with others and said, no, it's a different age. But the Hanafi school was basically saying it was 18. And I forget the ayat that talks about it, but it actually mentions inside the Quran, the age for maturity. Okay, you know the ayat talks about first we created you as babes, then we get you out, you know, and it continues on until you go to a certain age. Then we give you your full strength. Then you reduce back to a certain age till you know nothing after having known much.
Right.
Right. That just shows you stages. And I wasn't expecting this subject, so
yeah, I wasn't even.
I had myself
address it. I wasn't.
Yep. But the fullest age for full strength is about 40.
Right.
That's right.
You know. So I mean, inside the Quran it talks about the orphan, and it tells you that not to give them the property until they reach the mature age. Right. So when you look at that, you know exactly when the maturity in the Quran comes through physical as well as mental maturity.
Right.
It doesn't just come from physical. That's why the orphan can't receive their property, you see, until they can maturely be able to handle their property.
Yeah. What if they have special needs or something like that?
Right.
Yeah.
So I mean, this thing about from what I call the sectarians, the Sunni, Shias, Salafia, all them different groups, they combat each other over this. So I think that, Prophecy 1, when she came here, I was sort of getting the feeling that's what she was sort of driving at.
Yeah, I didn't.
And then when she mentioned the scholars, I'm like, well, which scholars? Which scholars of Quran tell us to go by? The Shia ones? The Sunni ones?
I thought she meant. I was a little naive. I thought
I thought she was talking about like the marriage and stuff.
But that verse with Yusuf, peace be upon him, in the age of maturity, that's chapter
in the Quran,
verse 22 in Quran.
Right. And also the other point is that Islam existed before Arabic. Remember inside the Quran it mentions Musa, it mentions Isa, it mentions Ibrahim. They were all Muslims. Aslam tu li rabbil alamin.
Teach.
Right? So how can they be Muslim? But we got to rely only on Arabic.
Right.
See? But was Abraham speaking Arabic? I'm talking about as far as, okay, Noah. How about Noah? Let's go back to Noah. The same deen that they had is the deen that Noah had. Was Noah an Arab?
That's true.
How did he have Islam? How did Noah have Islam? If he didn't speak Arabic.
Right.
You see? So this is beyond Arabic. You don't need, it's good to know Arabic on some things.
Right.
But on the general principles of what Islam is based on, right? There's no God but the one Allah, the straight path. You know what I'm saying? There's no God but Allah. You know what I'm saying? Right. Don't kill, don't steal, don't murder, don't, the don'ts, and then what you're supposed to do, give the charity to your neighbor, the one far, et cetera, right? All these different points, you don't need no Arabic to understand what Islam is. Islam, you don't need no Arabic for Islam. Now for specific situations in the time of Prophet Muhammad, right? Where, for example, we had to tell them things like, don't bury the female babies. Those are specific ills that refer to their society. So some things like that, you need some Arabic, for specific things, you know, dealing with their specific society. But when you're talking about the basic Islam, what Islam is built on, and what is Islam, you don't need no Arabic.
Mhm.
You need
You can
the
come
Wahi.
on.
You need all the prophets Wahi. It's all the same. It all lines up. So when you could go to a previous scripture and know what Islam is, and the Quran confirm it.
That's right.
The Quran will tell you something, and you look in the previous scripture, and it be confirmed. You see. So, for example, I do one on this, but I'm just talking around and stuff. But
You
it
good?
mentions inside the Quran about judges,
Teach.
right? We know inside the Torah there was a period among Israel where there were judges. This is before kingship.
Mm-hmm.
The Quran talks about people making their contracts, and it mentions about people, that you go to the judges, that you are not to bribe them, that you are not to pay them, right?
Right.
So when you talk about Islamic government, this is how you know that they messed up, because they started talking about a caliph after the time of Prophet Muhammad. That was something that they invented, because during the time of the Prophet Muhammad, there was the prophet, and then he had Ulul Amr, who was people who were like security, okay, and then he had judges, just your regular judges who solve cases.
Right. Right.
So when he left, where you get a Khalifa to Rasulullah that they invented, successor to the Messenger of Allah, or even Khalifullah.
Right.
My point is, when they go to them hadiths, they read into the Quran.
Right.
And it's no different for that than it is for this subject right here. She's coming from a hadith. This is why when she mentioned it, she started talking about scholars. Let's
Right.
go see what the scholars say.
Right.
Let's go see what they say. Let's see what they base themselves on. We
And
don't
I'll
care
say-
what they base themselves on.
In Prophecy 1, I'm reading your different texts. Your different chats, and if you want to come on, since you're saying that people are talking around and over you, you can most certainly come on and voice your opinion or concern. And the second thing is, no one is throwing scholars under the bus. To be honest with you, no one really is concerned about these so-called scholars. But if you like to go and learn under these so-called scholars, then feel free. No one is talking about any scholars or throwing any scholars under the bus. We're using revealed scriptures. We're not going into any hadiths and all of these things. We're just doing a deep dive into the scriptures.
No, hold on 1 second. Prophecy, is that the only problem you have with us?
No, she's saying some other things over here.
No. I know what she's saying, but I'm talking about the information. The only thing she had a problem with was she want us to be able to marry young women, young girls. Is that the only thing? Is it anything else?
She's saying that we're throwing scholars under the bus and that we don't know Arabic.
No, but I'm saying, what about the information? Tell us where we went wrong. Give us the information. Is it just that little verse right there? That's it?
Should we have not used revealed scriptures?
That's all I want to know. Do we
Would you
only
like us to
disagree?
use hadith?
Do we
We don't
only
use
disagree on that point? What points do we only disagree on that point? Yeah, she said something about Genesis too. So we have a Genesis problem. That's it?
She wants us to use Ibn such and such.
Who? Ibn who?
Revealed
What was it?
scriptures.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. We
Yes,
can
we
hear
hear
you.
you.
Okay. So I wasn't sure if I still got to push this button to be heard. Well, I mean, YouTube, you brothers and sisters do a real good job, and you're real nice. Now she directed at me. I'm throwing them scholars under the bus. They're nothing. They're nothing at all. You see, and that's just not to call names. So she wants us to go to the scholars. Look at this.
Go ahead.
Which scholars? Which scholars the Quran tells us to go by? Which one? Sunni, Shia, Ibadi. They all differ with each other. The different scholars differ with each other within the same circle. Hanafi, Maliki, Shafi, Hanbali, Salafia. Which scholars are we gonna go by? They even make up their own fatwas, their own hukum. Hukum is a judgment that they give for, basically all people's general, and a fatwa is specific.
Teach.
Okay, so a person come to you, they give you a fatwa, right? That's specific for that person. But if they make a judgment that's a hukum, they use the word hukum, which Allah uses in His Quran. Don't know why they're using that. Okay, but they say they pass a hukum, which is a general, rule or ruling that they have for the public. So that's what I'm saying. What scholars? And then what ayat can she give that we supposed to follow these self-appointed scholars that did not exist in the time of the Prophet when the Quran was revealed?
That's right.
That structure that they have now wasn't revealed in the time of the Prophet. They came up with that later on.
She said it. Here we go. She said
Can you drop the link again?
Yeah, look what she said.
You're not gonna disrespect Rasulullah Sallam like that, sis. You're not gonna disrespect the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, making accusations like that. Now, if you want to come on,
slow down. Read. Could you read that ayat for me? Can you read it?
Can I? Not a problem.
Can I be heard like this without pushing the button?
Yeah, I think you have to push the button.
Okay, good.
Listen, Prophecy One. She about to read something to you.
They have taken their scholars and monks as lords besides Allah and the Messiah, the Son of Mary. And they were not commanded except to worship one God. There is no deity except Him. Exalted is He above whatever they associate with Him.
That's right.
She worshipped God.
When you invent a law with the laws of Allah, it don't matter the title that you give the person, Prophecy One, that is called shirk in legislation. Okay. In Salafi terminology, since you quote in Bukhari, it would be equivalent to let's see, shirk ulahiyya. No, that's in his names, right? Or is in the worship. It would be shirk al-rabubiyya. Shirk in his lordship, okay, in his legislation. So the Salafi say that's shirk in legislation. That's exactly what you're doing when you're taking hadiths from hadith books that the Prophet himself never gave.
She might be a disbeliever. Look at her.
Okay, I have
hadiths over here.
Yeah, she might just be a disbeliever. Do you have the Quran of Muhammad? Okay, she might just be.
Yeah, there's no such thing as that, sweetheart. We didn't figured you out.
Right, exactly. See, that's what the Christian missionaries do. I knew it was either one of them or it was a Christian missionary. They got aims against Islam.
Say Islam is shirk.
Oh, okay, she said Islam is shirk. Yeah, you
See, hey, you know what? When you start spitting them facts, the demons coming out of them.
There we go. Glory to the Lord of the worlds. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Yeah, boo. You ran into the wrong Muslims today. You don't believe in hadith. But if you want to come over here and learn about there is no God but the one God, you are more than welcome to come anytime.
Prophecy One, let me ask you a question. And this is in sincerity. Okay, so what do you think besides the hadith stuff? So clearly, I want to ask you: are you a Christian? And this is in sincerity. Okay, so what do you think besides the hadith stuff? So clearly, I want to ask you: Prophecy One, are you Christian?
Look like she ran away, or he or she ran away.
He or she ran away. That's like Shaitan says when he say they see the army.
They're back.
Okay. So Prophecy One, are you Christian? What do you identify as Prophecy One? That way we know, or at least specifically I know how to address you properly. Christian, Jewish,
Hebrew Israelite.
What are you? Are you Hebrew Israelite? Are you atheist? What are you? You got the name Prophecy One. So what's the prophecy? And this is me just off the top of my dome. I mean, maybe one day you can come back, or something be arranged and we can have something set up.
Shaitan is on the path.
Oh, she says
atheist.
Shaitan
Okay.
is on the path. Shaitan is on the path.
wow.
So your issue is not really Islam. Your issue is the creator itself. Don't you think it would have been more proper to come here about that subject instead of hiding behind Islam is this or Islam is that, which that's appreciated, because then you get an understanding that we're not following none of that.
Right.
You see, that stuff that they say is Islam, that they added to what they call Islam, but which Islam existed before that.
Right.
So if you're an atheist, then maybe that's the subject you should, approach different people straight out so they can address the issue.
We're here. Hey, if you want to learn about the oneness of the Most High, then you've reached the right place. And let me tell you something, because I've met a lot of atheists who've became Muslim. Let me tell you something. The Quran is the most logical book that you're going to run it that you will find. There are verses in the Quran that tells you about the stages of life. There are verses in the Quran that tells you about the universe and how it continues to expand. These were verses that were revealed years, 1600 years before we even knew about these subjects. So if you want to learn something, then you are welcome to come here and learn from the Muslims. The Muslims, we don't follow hadith, and we'll help you to understand that there is only one God who has no sons, no daughters, no
That's
partners, right. The creator of the heavens and earths.
That's right. Okay, so we atheists. What type of atheist are you? What type are you? A dialectical atheist? What type? Because among the atheists, there's different type of atheists. So, what type of atheists, or is there a specific category of atheists that you put yourself in? Okay, hadiths. No, we don't go by hadith books. We go by the Quran and other revealed scriptures that was before the Quran. It has to all line up with the Quran.
Prophecy One, you said you wanted to ask a question or something?
Yeah, he's saying, okay, do you follow no hadiths at all? No, we don't take hadith books as a source of revelation for Islam. I believe in doing good and helping others while I can. Okay. But that's part of the straight path, but you gotta be more specific in doing good. Well, what do you mean by doing good? Some people think doing good is if you get mad, you can shoot and kill somebody. They say that's good. That's good justice. So good is relative when you're not going by revealed scripture. It's relative. You guys pray to Allah. Well, I pray. Yes.
Yes, yes. Yes.
Absolutely. We pray to the Most High.
Salam alaikum, Kareem.
Salam alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
Just wanted to say, hey, you all right?
You don't know.
Yeah, I'm chilling. Just this is it's old.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
And believe you me, Prophecy One, when that day of judgment gets here, you're gonna be praying too. It's funny how people aren't atheists when it's time, when they're in a time of struggle. Then they remember their Lord. There's an ayat in the Quran about that. Gotta find that one.
You see, she's an accuser. You see, she trying to find stuff. She's an accuser, like a weasel.
Prophecy. Okay, me praying or not praying, it really doesn't really hit on the subject of being atheist. Because you said you're atheist, and that's a subject we need to, maybe understand, right? So you don't believe that there is no ultimate primal cause that created all things, or from all things came from, forward from, or out of, or from, whichever way you want to word it.
You believe we evolved? Evolution? Prophecy 1?
Okay, I respect your feelings, no disrespect. Okay, put some name on the put some respect on the name of Allah. But when you're dealing with atheists, they might not, call the creator Allah. They might, no coaches in the world do they accept as a name for the creator, because they don't believe in the creator. So, but yeah, that's good to put the respect on the name Allah. Okay, go ahead, Prophecy. Ask, you got questions? Okay, go ahead. Can you please answer? Please answer what?
Tell me she's trying to cause confusion.
Right. So do you? Okay, you don't. Atheist believes that means there's no theist. There's no theo. There's no God. There's no creator. How many times do you, sir,
I mean,
pray?
it's clearly
I myself
so
pray.
this person is questioning something, because why are you on the Islamic
Right.
House of Israel live stream and you don't believe in God?
Right.
Something is not right.
I pray 3 times a day. I pray mandatory 3 times a day, and then there's of course extra prayers that I do, right? Especially at night. Okay, but mandatorily I pray 3 times a day with reflections.
Yep, me too. 3 times a day, plus the night prayers.
Right. You got to reflect on the creator. You can't just be, bowing and prostrating. You got to have reflection. You got to look at nature. And this is to you, atheists. You got to sit back. You got to look at the creation and think with your intellect. How much power, how much artistry, how much went into making that thing, and then see the glory and greatness of the creator. That's what Abraham did. That's what the story of Abraham's about. He reflected on the sun. He reflected on the moon. He reflected on the stars. And each stage led him to have a fuller comprehension that there's only one and only primal cause. There's only one Allah.
Let's
one
find
God.
that verse.
So, well, you know what, Baba Dule, some of these people that are atheists, they don't have a set standard of what is morality. See, so you never know what they might accept or not accept based on what other people are doing. No. But they will try to cause confusion to where you believe, right? Because they don't believe. So it's like a smoke screen. They hide behind that.
Yeah, he's trying to get them on that prayer thing. But again, we don't follow hadith. The revealed scriptures tell us 3 prayers. It tells us that in the Quran, and it also tells us that in the previously revealed scriptures. And when we read about Prophet David, peace be upon him, he also prayed 3 times a day. So the answer to your question is 3.
Is that Prophecy 1? There's no confusion. We just told you straight up.
Right. It's hadiths that told them, do you know how they got the 5 prayers? They said that Muhammad went up into the heavens. Right. And then, to make a long story short, he went up into the heavens, right? And then he saw Moses. He came back from Allah and he saw Moses. Moses told him, no, your people can't do those 50 prayers, because at first supposedly they were given 50 prayers. Then he went back to Allah, and then he asked Allah to reduce the prayer. And he went back down. It was reduced to 40. He went back down to Moses, and Moses told him, nope. So he turned right back around, went back to Allah. This happened over and over till it was reduced down to 5, and they said that this would be worth 50. Okay, so that is the story of 5 prayers a day that the hadith has. Okay, now the thing, if you're an atheist, then even you could probably see that it seems that Moses knew better than the creator what Allah knew as far as to what his servants can handle and could not handle. So no, we don't go by the hadiths for five prayers. Okay, you said 3 prayers and night prayers. You are one confusing people, not me. No prophecy. You clearly don't want to understand because there's a basis for which you want to stand on. Okay, so let me make it a little bit more simpler. It is mandatory to pray 3 prayers a day, but that does not restrict me from praying more than 3 prayers a day.
If I want to pray 100 times a day, I can pray 100 times a day.
Right. If I want to pray 1,000 times, if I want to, it doesn't matter how many times I want to pray. It's just that it's mandatory to pray at least 3 times a day.
Oh, very good, Prophecy One.
Okay, just be straight like you just were. Simple. Okay, there you go. Well, what's the other question?
Mr.
So 3 times. So 3 times a day is what we got. That's what we mandatorily pray 3 times a day. And I think everybody in here, that's the same view. 3 times a day is mandatory.
Yep.
Now you know. So when you go to the Sunnis and the Shias and they sectarians who follow hadith and they say 5 times a day, do not get them confused with over here where we say it's 3 times a day, which is what from all that we've seen the prophets.
But why should she care? She's an atheist. I don't get it. Like why does she even care?
Okay. Since you don't know Arabic, how do you understand the Quran? Okay, well let me address that. I know some Arabic. Okay, I know some Arabic, but then again, what type of Arabic? Right. So the speaking Arabic that is spoken in the world today, are you talking about Egyptian dialectical Arabic? Are you talking about Iraqi dialectical Arabic? Are you talking about the Saudi? What are you talking about? Which Arabic? The Moroccan? That's a complete different type of Arabic than the one in Egypt. So what Arabic are you talking about? If you're talking about Quranic Arabic, then that's different than all of them, but some of them got a little tiny bit of what's in the Quran, but even they Arabic differ from the Quran. So understanding Arabic is not the primary thing to be able to understand that there's one God alone that you're supposed to be praying to. That I think you're not understanding what Islam means. Islam means submission to the Creator. I'm talking about the Arabic written in the Quran. Okay, the Arabic written in the Quran. Okay, Quranic Arabic. Yeah, we understand some things of the Quranic Arabic. You don't need to be knowing every single little thing about Arabic in order to understand Islam, is the point that I'm making to you. If I have to know the full, you got to understand. Let me make it simple like this. Islam means submission. It means peace and submission. You submit to the Creator and you get peace. Okay? That's one way to see it. We're not going to go into the other definitions and deeper meanings. All right? So that existed before Prophet Muhammad came to his people speaking the Arabic language of a message that was already there. Okay? The message is that there is only one God. The message is that you should have no other God but the one God, and that you are to obey whatever that God has commanded you to do. That is called Islam. Okay, so if you look at what, for example, the 10 Commandments in the Torah, other scriptures that talk about certain things that you're supposed to do, that all line up, that is Islam. In Arabic, it had to be spoken to a certain people, or peoples actually, because the Arabs are divided into different type of peoples. You got Israelites who are Arabs too, who are Arab speakers. Just like you got Israelites today who speak English. Okay, so Islam is one. It's always been the same throughout whatever scripture you have. That's why you don't have to necessarily know the fullness of Arabic to understand Islam, because Islam was before Arabic. Islam was in Aramaic. Islam was in Obara, Hebrew. Islam was, if you want to really go back to the definition of that meaning, Islam was in Bantu. Islam was in ancient Egypt. Islam was, however far you want to take it back, there's always been stages of Islam, submission to the one and only Creator, God who made everything. you guys ever went to Hajj? Well, I mean, some of us have, some of us have not. Okay, what if I show you that's wrong? It's not submission. Well, what I would tell you is that there are many different meanings and there's many different levels to the word Islam. You know, in Hebrew, okay, for example, in Arabic, salam. In Hebrew, or so-called Hebrew, is shalom. Okay, in Bantu is salama. Okay, in Hebrew, okay, in Arabic it would be Muslim. In Hebrew is Mushalam. Just like the city of Yarushalam, Jerusalem. So what I'm saying to you is that there's many different levels to the meaning of the word. I'm just giving you a basic definition. Okay, I'm still waiting. You guys ever went to Hajj? So I answered that question.
Do you know Latin? Prophecy 1.
Prophecy 1. Do you plan on going to Hajj? So let me ask you something, Prophecy 1. Let me ask you something. Is your aim to prove one interpretation of what people call Islam against another interpretation that somebody else calls Islam, and then through that means say there is no Islam? Is that your logic? Okay. You plan on going to Hajj. Do I plan to go to Hajj? Me personally, yes, I plan to go to Hajj. But former Hajj, that's a whole new different topic. Okay, so Prophecy 1, what is your aim? That's what I want to know from you. What is your intention with this conversation?
Exactly.
That's all. You said for us to be straight. Okay, we gave you the 3 prayers, right? It's mandatory, so we got that clear. Now, what is your intention? What is it that you're here for? I mean, because you're an atheist, so I don't know why you even care what even Islam means.
Are you here to learn?
Your first stage. Let's go into that word Allah. You know what? I wish I had my stuff because I had actually written this down. What ayat is that? Hold up.
He says his aim is to understand what makes you believe this is the truth.
My aim is to understand what makes you believe this is the truth. Ah, okay.
Great. So
okay,
because you're here to learn.
Because it has affected you, affected me. Okay, it has affected. It has killed my family members. Okay, let's talk about that. Now we're getting somewhere. Yes.
Very good.
Okay. Now we're getting somewhere, and that's a tragedy. I'm sorry that your family was killed.
So sorry.
Many of us have loved ones that were killed by something. But you got to understand something, Prophecy 1. A title is a title. It does not mean that it is the essence.
And Prophecy 1, I'm sorry for interrupting, but many of my family members were killed as well by many of my ancestors were killed as well by people who call themselves atheists. But I don't sit here and try to argue or dispute with atheists why they're atheists, because the so-called founding forefathers of this country, they were actually atheists, and they killed many slaves. They you know, so I'm not using that logic.
Right. You gotta understand, people will use the title of anything for vainglory, for pride, for arrogance, you know, and commit all type of heinous acts that they would commit anyway without a title. Okay, just I'm Muslim. Okay, God is with me. It's okay for me to go kill and steal and this and this and that when no one has did anything to me. Right? When no one, I see that. When no one has did anything to me. right? And so you got to understand whether it be in the Talmud, which was added to the Torah, or the Hadith books, which are added to understanding or interpreting the Quran. It was made permissible to kill anybody that say that simply because they just a non-believer. Okay, but in every case, when you go to true scripture, in every case, there was always a real reason why a fighting for self-defense or attack against people who have attacked you, was justified. Like some people say, oh, Israel went. Let's give you one example. In what people want to call the Old Testament, the children of Israel went into the land of Canaan and slaughtered people. Okay, but no one tells you that in the book of Jubilees. When you look into the book of Jubilees, no one goes to that and sees that the sons of Ham, Shem, and Japheth were given certain lands. It was divided up among his sons. These are the different lands that your descendants shall dwell in. And no one speaks about how certain descendants of Shem's their lands were taken by certain descendants of Ham. Okay, they dwelled inside Canaan, right? So they actually took certain lands that was not theirs, right? And Israel was a descendant, because there's a law of inheritance. Israel was a descendant of Shem. So when they come back into the land, them people had been there for a while, but it was not their lot. You see? So when you have someone that has taken your property and they refuse to give your property up, right? And you go there to confront them and they're violent. You gotta remember, even when it talked about David, what I'm saying, in his confrontation with Goliath, you think Goliath and his people were gonna just leave? You see what I'm saying? Or give up the land that they was in? Nope. So then, of course, a fight has to take place. It's not a false comparison. It's just a comparison that I'm giving. And I'm going to get to why I'm giving that. Same thing inside the Quran. When the Quran tells you to fight against the disbelievers, kufr, or the rejectors. Okay, but what exactly were they rejecting? Prophecy 1. So since you're talking about Arabic and you obviously have some knowledge of the Quran, I don't know if you did an independent research of it.
I agree, Khadijah.
Or you have just given, or you were just, being fed a certain line of how to look at the Quran. Let me ask you something. When the Quran speaks about do not bury female baby girls, don't you know that's the Quran given that order, that is haram, that is forbidden, and that is illegal, and that's not allowed, right? Don't you know that is actually a rule of Islam that Prophet Muhammad was bringing to them, to which they became kufr. They rejected that. I hope you're starting to understand what I'm saying. So the things that Prophet Muhammad was telling these people, don't do this, they were kufr. They rejected it. They rejected it. And they were hostile against anything that he was bringing to them. He told them, help the orphan. They rejected it. He told them, help the poor. They rejected it. He told them, don't build up wealth and hoard it amongst the few, the rich. They rejected it. They were hostile to him. So they began to fight him on those principles. And that is why the wars opened up to finally fight against them. You had groups that were living there who say that they were Christian. They were not real Christian. They sided with the pagans. You had some that was there in Judaism. They sided with the pagans. They even said your way of life is better than those people that say that they are believers. And they sided and helped the pagans, help the what we want to call polytheists, mushrikeen, or kafirs, or disbelievers, whatever word you want to use that's mentioned in the Quran. So it was their way of life that they were trying to keep. As far as burying baby girls, I don't know if you agree to that. Yes, it's in the Quran. Yes, the Quran said, do not bury female baby girls. They even it says when the news is brought to them about a baby born, a female baby girl, right? It says that should he live with it in suffering and contempt, or should he bury it? That's what the disbelievers were doing. Okay, so it says inside the Quran, I believe it's in Surah 22, it says on the day of judgment, the baby will come forward and say, for what crime was she killed? So we got to understand the Islam in the Quran was about cleaning up bad immoral practices that were inside the society to which the priests or the heads or the leaders or the rulers of paganism did not want. So they fought against Muhammad.
So Prophecy
And
1,
so,
where I'm sorry, go ahead. Prophecy 1, where are you from?
That's an interesting question. But how do you know that people were getting hostile to Muhammad when he said, help the poor? What do you mean? How do you know? It's inside the Quran that they did not want to feed the poor. They said, had Allah so willed, we would, basically, what was that one verse? Had Allah so willed, we would not have worshipped these gods. And in another place it says, had Allah not so willed, we would not have, something to the effect of he would have fed them or something like that. When I get to this, I'm from Kashmir. Oh, okay. Now that perspective on it, Kashmir. So you over there by India. So you okay. So yeah, there's a Pakistan, Kashmir, India fight that's been going over there for a long time over the land of Kashmir. Yeah. Yeah, you gotta understand something. Since you're from Kashmir, let me address from the angle then. Them little fights or big fights that's going on for Kashmir, that in itself, I mean, honestly, that has nothing to do with Islam. It really don't have nothing. It has really nothing to do with Islam itself. It has nothing to do with what's in the Quran. You see, the revelation given to Prophet Muhammad when it was given to him has nothing to do with Kashmir, except for that it wants people to, if you guys, people are warring with each other to try to come to some type of terms of peace, right? It has something to do with it as far as that.
The reason why he knows that the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, had those problems is because the Quran there are verses where the Quran told him that they won't believe or they won't do this or you are trying to do that.
Right.
So again, we're referencing only revealed scriptures. No, we're not referencing hadiths there.
Right. And if I knew the subject was going to come up, I could have been prepared with that. But, the subject was, you see what the subject was in the room. So that's what I came for. But let's see. Crime.
But Prophecy 1, if you are truly from Kashmir and you truly had a relative that passed, I'm so sorry for your loss, and I'm sorry that I'm assuming that you're saying that whomever killed your sister used Islam as some type of reasoning, and I'm sorry for that. And so that's why Islamic House of Israel, we're out here, we're teaching Islam, we're teaching Islam and using these revealed scriptures. And when we're talking about revealed scriptures, we're talking about the Quran, we're talking about the Torah, we're talking about the book of Jubilee, the book of Revelations, the book of Enoch. And you will not find in any of those books that it is permissible to do what happened to your sister. So I am so sorry for your loss. But if you would like to learn Islam, if you would like to learn about the oneness of Allah, feel free to come anytime. We also have a Facebook page, the Islamic House of Israel, that you can learn, because there are a lot of folks who understand that when you go to those revealed scriptures, which is the most highest word, you won't go wrong. When you start going into mankind and them making up things and narratives, then you're absolutely right. You're going to go wrong. And that sounds like what has happened with what happened to your sister. And I'm sorry for your loss.
That's right. Here you go.
Can you put that other question up, Brother Mahmoud? She just asked about why don't we believe in hadith?
See, even in Surah 9, it says, where's my Arabic? Where these cats? Okay, we're talking about disbelievers, okay? So in Surah 9, let's see, 7, since people like to reference this surah, it says, how can there be a treaty with Allah and with his messenger from the idolaters, disbelievers, except those whom you made a treaty at the place of worship? So long as they are true to you, be true to them. Allah loveth those who keep their duty. He said in Surah 9, Ayat 8, he says, how can there be any treaty for the others when if they have the upper hand of you, they regard not pact nor honor and respect of you. They satisfy you with their words while their hearts reject, and most of them are wrongdoers. They have purchased the revelations of Allah a little gain, so they hinder people from the way of Allah, from his way. Evil is that which they are wont to do. Okay, hold on. It says this in Surah 9, Ayah 11, says, but if they turn back or repent and establish worship and pay the poor rate, right, charity, then they are your brother in religion. We detail our revelations for people who have knowledge. It says, and if they break their pledge after their treaty and attack your religion, then fight the heads of disbelief. The heads of disbelief. It says the chiefs of disbelief. That means the leaders. It don't mean some girl walking down the street. It don't mean someone that's done nothing to you. It means those who attack you first, the leaders who attack you first. And by attack, we mean attack. Fight, kill, okay? It says they have no binding oaths in order that they may desist. It says it's very clear in Surah 9:13. It says, will you not fight people who broke their pledges? You see that? Their promises. And listen to this. And proposed to drive out the messenger. And they did attack you first. What? Do you fear them? Now Allah has more right that you should fear him if you are a true believer. Fight them and Allah will chastise them at your hands, and he will lay them low and give you victory over them, and he will heal the hearts of folks who believe. Okay, so clearly in those verses right there, you know, the believers were attacked first, and when you are a believer, okay, you're establishing a society of giving charity, helping the poor, helping the traveler, helping the persons on a journey. Okay, you're establishing certain things that are morally right in the community, and then some people are coming along saying, no, we make profit, we make money off of that, we make riches off of that, don't go by that. And then they hinder, they get in the way, they try to purposely kill you and fight you so that they won't lose whatever wealth that they're making from those corrupt ways of living. So this is the type of thing that's going on inside Prophet Muhammad and in the Quran. It has nothing to do with what some people nowadays, what they're doing. They just want to go out and say, you know, we believe in Allah. Well, you don't believe in Allah? Okay, kill this kafir, kill this disbeliever. Or you don't believe in Allah? Take his girls for yourself. Okay, you don't believe in Allah? Let's see. So every revelation has a context to it that people have taken out of context, and they use it for their own selfish desires, which they would already do even if there was no religion. Even if there, let's say the whole world was atheist, okay, and there was no moral code whatsoever, you would find people who in their heart that would do good to people, right? And then you will find people who want to just do bad to people for their own selfishness. That's what you'll find. So now we got the title of religion, and you also have some people who hide behind that to do their bad deeds. That's just, I mean, that's just how life is right now, you know?
And the reason why we don't believe in hadiths is because Allah tells us in the Quran to believe in the Quran and the previously revealed scriptures.
Exactly. See, hadiths were added, and much of it that was added was so that the pagan religion that was before the Quran could come back in a different form of replacing the Quran by adding its own interpretation to the Quran. So that's why you keep talking about, like, for example, the scholars say, the scholars say, the scholars say this, the scholars say that, the scholars say that, the scholar is men worship. It's men worship. The scholars get to say whatever they want to say and interpret however they want to interpret, and then the people have to follow that. And if they don't follow this one scholar, they get to choose to go to this one scholar, and they get to choose that. Oh no, my scholar is better than your scholar. Sheikh such and such is better than Sheikh such and such. This sheikh says it's okay to kill the kuffar. This sheikh says it's okay to kill the mushrikeen. What did the mushrik do? What did the kafir do? He said something bad about Allah, or he doesn't believe in what we believe. So you have a right to just go in there and just slaughter them wholesale and take your property. And they twist verses in order to they distort the truth with the basis of using those hadith in order to get that interpretation, so that the followers believe that what they're doing is from Allah when it's not from Allah. And they know it's a lie. Many of them know it's a lie. But so that sheikh can fill his pockets up, so that scholar can fill his pockets up, just like in the Christian church.
That's right.
The priest and the preacher, so they can fill their pockets up. They made people slaves to themselves when the message was to be a slave only to the Creator who created us all.
That's right.
And how we are to be a slave is to do good to each other. That's how we're to be slaves to it.
The Quran tells us about itself in chapter 2, verse 2. It says, "This is the book. In it is guidance sure, without doubt, to those who fear Allah, who believe in the unseen, are steadfast in prayer, and spend out of what we have provided for them, and who believe in the revelation sent to thee and sent before thy time, and have the assurance of the hereafter. They are on true guidance from their Lord. It is those who will prosper." So in essence, prophecy 1, that sums up all of that those verses sums up what we over here at the Islamic House of Israel believe, that the Quran and the previously revealed scripture is a book from the Most High, or books in plural from the Most High, sent for guidance. And so in verse 1, in chapter 1, which is the first chapter that Muslims read each day, it says, "In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful. Praise be to Allah, the cherisher and sustainer of the worlds," in plural, "most gracious, most merciful, master of the day of judgment. Thee do we worship, and thine aid do we seek. Show us the straight way, the way of those of whom thou hast bestowed thy grace, those whose is not wrath, and those who go not astray." We,
right.
as Muslims, we ask to be put on that straight path. But understand this, prophecy 1, on that straight path, the shaitan tries to lie in wait. And one of those ways that they lies in wait is what happened to your sister when there are little poor little young so-called Muslim boys who aren't reading these scriptures, and they're just going to whoever they're going to and getting stuff pumped in their heads. But the Quran says that this is a book for the intellect, for those who reason. Allah tells us in the Quran, "I send clear signs for those who would reflect." And prophecy 1, it sounds like you are a person who reflects. So my suggestion to you, as well as I know many atheists who did this, is to pick up that book, have a question in your head, have that question before you even open the book, and then open it. And Allah, the Most High God will answer that question for you, because this book is a living book. Because let me tell you something, at Prophecy One, I haven't always been Muslim. I'm one of those people who I ask tons and tons and tons of questions. I'm one of those people who, when I was a teenager, I grew up Christian, and I would stand up in the middle of a sermon and say, raise my hand and say, I don't believe that doesn't make sense to me, Pastor. Okay. And I had tons and tons of questions similar to what you had. And let me tell you something. I opened up this book, and it answered all of the questions that I had as a child. It answered every single one of those questions. So if you are here with a sincere heart, that is my suggestion to you. If you're here with a sincere heart and not just trying to find fault, because I'm going to tell you something. We're not here with that hadith stuff. See, you're right. You can go to all these other YouTube channels and you can tear them Muslims up all day in and out, because they're using those hadiths. They're using those scholars, these Ibn this and Ibn that, and so on and so forth. But what you're going to find over here, and you're going to find Muslims who we believe in those previously revealed scriptures. Okay,
that's right.
Now you say, why do majority of Muslims differ from this point of view, especially in all the Islamic countries? The same way Christians differ in their points of view. Okay, because a lot of people, they don't read and they don't study and they don't reflect for themselves. They go off of what their priest said, what their pastor said, what their sheikh said, what their rabbi said. But Allah tells us in the Quran that this is a book for the thinkers, for the ones who would reflect. So what I would say to you is, we can't worry about what the majority of the people are going to do, because the Quran also tells us that the majority are going to be in the hellfire. Why? Because they're doing exactly what you just said. Why they're not reading and studying for themselves. They're going off of what such and such and such and such had. But I remember growing up, my grandmother used to always tell me that if somebody tells you to jump off a cliff, are you going to jump off a cliff?
That's right.
No, not gonna jump off a cliff. I'm gonna ask questions. Why do I need to jump off a cliff? Is a murderer trying to follow us? Is there water down under the cliff? We ask questions. We reflect.
Can I say something to Prophecy One? Can I say something to Prophecy One?
Yeah, real quick. No,
hey, Prophecy One. I want to say this to you though. Okay. Now I hope you hear what I'm about to tell you. Okay. All right, it's simple. I'm gonna say it slow though. Ishtara'in bi ayatil lahi samannan qalilan fasadu an sabili innahum sa'ama kanu ya malun. And that's exactly what they have done. Because I noticed you kept saying, do you know Arabic? You know, so I'm just saying that to you, between me and you. That's what they have done. Okay, they go about. They've exchanged the signs of the Creator. They exchanged the signs of Allah for a small price, and they are on his way turning people away from it, and they're doing evil things. Okay, they're doing evil things to block out the Creator itself, so that people can be atheists. I hope you understand. Priests. I don't care if you go into Hinduism. There's priests. I don't care if you go whatever system in the world, the priests, the rabbis, the scholars, all of them are into men or women worship, and they have diverted people from submitting to the Creator alone, who reveals revelations into the qulub, the hearts of the people. And some of these people who he's revealed that wahi into their heart, okay, they wrote it down. Okay, they wrote the kitabah. Right? They have the kutub, they have the books, okay? So that revelation is inside the books. The other, what then starts to happen is these same people who were overcome because of the morality that the people were teaching, they come then invent their own ahadith or Talmudic or whatever books that supports blindly following priests, blindly following rabbis, blindly following imams, blindly following whatever title you want to have in whatever culture. Them leaders want to be worshipped themselves. So because they were ousted, now they want to try to get up under the Creator itself and become another God along with the Creator. and make up their own rulings, and then finally circumvent and take over. And that's what you see today. So all the immoral practices that you got in the world today comes mainly through greedy people who are selfish, who want to be God and goddesses themselves instead of the creator itself. And so they have people in submission to them blindly. So that's what I'm gonna leave you with. So I hope you come back, and maybe we can have this subject if the brother Kentron and the sister Noor will allow it, or you can contact them on Facebook. Sorry, I was a little bit off the top of the head, a little bit. Didn't have that many scriptures or nothing like that. But sometimes common sense in the spirit is better than giving a number.
That's right. There's a brother Kentron has a verse up here on the screen. I'm just going to read the pictol. It says, if thou obeyest most of those on earth, they would mislead thee far from Allah's way. They follow not but an opinion, but they do but guess. Yusuf Ali, were thou to follow the common run of those on earth, they would lead thee away from the way of Allah. They follow nothing but conjecture. They do nothing but lie. And I'm gonna say to you, Prophecy One, whoever did that to your sister, they follow nothing but a lie. And I'm so sorry that happened to you. And I'm sorry that happened to your family. But just like the brother just said, you're welcome here anytime to come, to learn, to study, to ask questions. Because the beautiful thing about Islam is that it was sent to humanity. It is a mercy to humanity for those who accept it. And I'm going to end it with that.
Okay. You asked me what Surah and versus that. I got you. Give me 1 second. And thank you, Brother Maroon. Thank you, Brother Sister Noor. I apologize. 6:1:16. I'm gonna post it for you. Quran 6:1:16. All right. 1:16. Whew. We've been on this thing for 4 hours. But it's a good talk. Good talk.
Yeah, huh? I just, it don't
feel like it though.
Exactly. And this is the thing. I get real passionate about a couple things. I get real passionate when folks get led astray by ignorance, by ignorant people. And that's what, alhamdulillah, that's what we're here for. And we talk, you and I, we've talked, and we said, that hadith stuff it just messes folks up. So it was definitely worthwhile, and we thank you, the person who was just on and had all the questions. Thank you for that. Didn't want to sound too harsh to you, but let me tell you something. I'm passionate. And again, I've been through the process of studying and things like that. I'm passionate about the Most High God, because I know what the Most High God will do for you when you are sincere in your heart and you want to learn and you want to grow and you want to continue to study.
Right. Can I say one more thing, sister, and then I'm done?
Yes.
Prophecy One, you did say something very important right there. You said something about a hadith being graded for that reason. So I think I'll get some links, later. I send it to you, something like that. If somebody I get it to you. You understand something about Sahih. They differ over, because you said something about it being graded into Sahih categories like Da'if, weak, Sahih, authentic, and the different grades that they have. My brain's going slow now. So, but you gotta understand something. Each madhab, each scholar sect I'm gonna just put it like that. Each school of thought, all right, has their scholars that grade a hadith into sahih categories, and they have their own terminologies. But what you don't understand is that each sahih can also contradict itself. So what I mean to say is this. For example, let's say you have a Hanafi scholar. They go to their scholars, they do their science of hadith, okay, and he comes up that this certain narration, this hadith is sahih. Then you go to, like, let's say a Maliki scholar who's from the Maliki madhab, and they have their own class of scholars who grade a certain hadith, and they will deem something sahih. That does not mean both sahih hadith agree with each other. So what you'll find here is, in many cases, sometimes a sahih hadith can actually contradict each other. All right. So merely saying sahih, it really doesn't mean authentic to some of these groups. It doesn't even mean authentic as far as this is true what Prophet Muhammad really said. It just means sahih is authentic, that the narration connects back into the chain of people that spoke it. You see? So some of it, you got to be careful with the word sahih, because some of them actually, yes, sahih, Hasan, Da'if, yes. And they got, and if you go to different madhabs, though, they have other words that are different from each other madhab. So if I was to go to a Maliki and I start talking different terminologies, they have different hadith terminologies than, say, somebody that's a Salafi. Okay, they all will agree on a word, like as far as the word sahih, but the problem is the definition of the word sahih can be completely different. So that one could say, okay, sahih is maybe it's a probable that the Prophet said it. It gives probability that the Prophet actually said it, because the chain of isnad, they have the isnad, the chain goes all the way back through certain people that spoke it, and then you have a thing called the matan, which is the text, what the actual statement says. Okay, so you can have a sahih hadith in the isnad chain going all the way back, but then the matan or the text is not sahih at all, it's da'if. Or you can have it sahih, the text itself be sahih, meaning somebody actually said it, and then you can have the chain isnad going all the way back, and it be sahih, that the chain goes back, but then guess what? That statement goes against the Quran. You see? So I mean, they can contradict each other on sahih. Like, for example, it's a sahih hadith that monkeys were stoning another monkey because that monkey committed adultery. That is actually a sahih hadith. Okay.
Wow.
But, all right. Yeah. It says it was I believe it was either narrated on the authority of Anas bin Malik, or was authority of Ibn Abbas, where he said that he was walking and he saw a monkey. He saw a group of monkeys stoning another monkey, and that then he jumped into the stoning and stoned that monkey with them. And this was graded.
Even live in Arabia?
yeah. And that was graded as sahih.
Craziness.
Now here's the thing. There's a scholar by the name of what's his name? He's an Uzbeki scholars. Man, I had on top of my head. But he came out and said the hadith is weak. He says rejected. And his justification was that Imam Abu Hanifa, who came before Imam Bukhari, had graded that hadith as actually rejected. But the followers of Imam Bukhari 150 years later, they graded that hadith as sahih. See? So this game that they're playing with the sahih and the da'if, it's relative. It's not even solid. Because you can go to one that says something is sahih, and you can go to another one that another scholar in another school could say that's da'if, that's weak. Or they'll say that that's Hasan. Or they'll say that, what's the one? The category where the chain is disconnected in the first generation, or the category where the chain is disconnected in the second generation or the third generation. And then they base accepting those hadith on the generation things, because another hadith that says the best in my generation is the first 3 generations. But then when you go look at that hadith, it ain't got nothing to do with as far as taking it for proof for hadith itself. It has something to do with a person's oath, and that in the time of the prophet, according to this hadith, in the time of the prophet, the people were better at giving oaths and living up to it, and that later on generations will go wrong. They took that hadith, spliced that, and then said the best 3 generations are the best, and took that and used that as part to the backbone of that there is 3 righteous generations that you accept hadith from. So I mean, the whole thing is just, I mean, it's convoluted, it's made up, it's put together, it's, you know, it's pieced together. The prophet never, not one place in the Quran did they get a revelation from Allah to tell them to make up a science of hadith. They made that science of hadith up on their own.
A mess.
You see, they made the science of hadith up on their own. Now that is a revelation that you want to ask, where in the Quran did Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala say to the prophet, take these hadith books, here are hadith books, here's the science of hadith to judge these hadith books by? Nowhere. You can get anybody here that want to talk about that, we can talk about that. I'm saying it both. Right. I'm on public and my page is up there, Maroon Khalif. Right?
Right.
Where in the Quran did Allah reveal to his prophet, anyone in the Quran, to make up science of hadith, to use hadith books to determine the religion of Islam? Because look at this, and I'm gonna be quiet. The Quran said that the deen was completed. Huh? Did it not say that today have I perfected your religion and bestowed upon you Islam as your religion? It said it was completed and bestowed his favor upon us. So if it's completed, why the heck do we after that need a science of hadith to go through some science of hadith books to determine what of Islam is true and what of Islam is false?
It's people crazy. The same way they to this day have Bukhari's grave and people going to his grave like a pilgrimage, all of this other kind of crazy stuff.
Yeah, exactly. You know, the Salafis reject going to the graves. You know, so they try to use that as their strong point. Oh, we don't go to graves. And then the Sufis say, oh, it's okay to get the Alawaliya, you know, saying the blessings of the Alawaliya at the graves. And then some of them dispute with each other over, you know, exactly the authority of the Alawaliya, you know. So they have divided themselves into sectarianism because, and I don't mean to be disrespectful, but I must be very, very clear, because they have been cursed. The Muslim world is cursed today because they transgressed against Allah and his messenger, and they left his revelation. They performed hijrah away from the Quran, and they added other things along with Allah. And so now they have been divided and they have been split into sects. Allah's punishment is upon them. So that's why they're divided into sectarianism. And that's why those who came before them was divided into sectarianism. Every time you go away, the revelation of Allah alone, that opens up the gate for men or women to prop themselves up as gods or goddesses and to create their own books or create their own philosophies or create their own things and say, now you got to go to me. Now I'm the one. You got to listen to me blindly. I'm the gatekeeper. I'm the one. Where our group is the one. You see? And that's the problem. So that's been the problem. That's why you got atheists in the world now a lot of times, because they see religious people, they do all type of crooked stuff, and they say, man, if that's God, then I don't want no part. I don't want, you know why? Because the heart tells you that that's not from God. Man, I see these killings, these mass, this and that, and then they tamper with misinterpretation of the scripture after their own desires in their own hearts. I want to rob somebody today. I want to take somebody's land. I want to do this. I want to do that. So what do I need? Well, I know that the prophets came. I know that they said that there's, rules, and I can't, do the immoral thing that I used to do before. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get in, I'm going to slip in, I'm going to become religious. I'm going to show myself religion. I'm going to do some little few good things. And then my heart's desire going to pop out. I want to take some land. I want to kill some people. So I'm going to say God told me to do it. Right? But it be these same pagans who hate the revelation that was revealed by the Almighty. So They want to do their work. So what they do is they cause people's hearts to hate the way of Allah and turn them away. They hinder them. And so now people are walking around aimless and they go back to their immoral life on different levels. And then they turn around and attack the books. They turn around and attack, the ways of the prophets. And they don't realize, and I'm gonna shut up after this, they don't realize that the prophets came to correct the moral conditions of the people. Meaning what people do that's wrong towards other people, they came to stop that. Each prophet had the general revelation that never changes, which we call in the Quran the Surat al-Mustaqim, the straight path. The past books called it the 10 Commandments, statutes or stuff like that. And past books before that called it maybe something else in their language, in that lingo. But it's all basically the same rule. Thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not covet a neighbor's wife, all these different rules are the same rules, and that's the Surat al-Mustaqim. And when you go by that, that is what Islam is.
That's right. Sound like him, Brother Baba. Sound like him.
Assalamu alaikum to everybody. Y'all have a good day.
Wa alaikum salam.
Wa alaikum salam. Thank you, brother, for that.
I thank you, brother and sister. Anytime, alhamdulillah.
Sound like him, Brother Baba.
Yes, wa alaikum salam. Can you hear me, yeah?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, that's good. Now I'm just enjoying listening to you not speaking. Let me jump on.
Thank you for being here. We're having a hard time hearing you, though. Can you
can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Yeah.
Did you want to say something or add to the?
Well, I'll just say that I agree with what you were saying about the hadiths anyway. But one in particular is that there's actually a hadith where it explains to them that they're not going to be able to identify God, and they're going to talk about the shin of God. So it's like the fact that they're all going to, then in the hadith, it tells them that they're even going to deny God and the prophets, and they're going to question God. And so it doesn't even look good on their part with their hadith to things that their own hadiths are saying about them in particular. So it's like, I've always found that interesting how they have these hadiths and they don't really question.
See, he's starting something else. See that?
That's another 3, 4, 5 hours.
He started something else, because there's a whole bunch of ideas like that about they were going straight, they divide into sex, they kill each other. It even one that after a couple of generations that those Arabs who call to the way, they will be on the gates of Shaitan, calling them away from the right path. So I mean that was a so-called prophecy hadith. And the prophet supposedly said, he said they will speak our language and will look like us. Yep, they'll be calling to the gates of Shaitan. Okay, I'm gonna narrate it for a second for you, then I'm done. That cool?
Yeah, that's cool. But that will lead into another question of that make you think some of the hadiths are true then, because these kind of sound accurate about these people.
Well, see, here's the thing. The Quran mentions about people do not mix truth with falsehood.
Okay. Yeah.
See, so what they did was they mixed some little truths maybe somewhere with some falsehood. That's how the Shaitan got to go. That's why I said the Shaitan's gonna be on the straight path, and if the straight path are the rules that Allah set for us. So he's gonna mix his satanic recitation, if you want to call it, along with what Allah has said. So he mixed truth with falsehood. So there's gonna be some little bit truth in it, and that doesn't. And see, that's why I was talking to one brother the other day. I said no one's saying that maybe a few hadiths, which may be some historical things that may have happened, may not have some truth to them. But here's the problem. That don't mean you take that and make it into Wahi. You don't make it into revelation. You don't, because you got to remember, Allah is the only one who's the lawgiver. Allah is the only one who has the right to say, follow this as part of your deen, don't follow this as part of your deen. Okay, so when you take other books, regardless if they got some little bit truths in it or not, and you add it to your deen, meaning this is the way of life you're going to follow as a mandatory from Allah, when you add that and say that's the law, you have to follow that, that's mandatory, now you're committing shirk.
That's right.
See, so you can't do that. It doesn't matter if some got some truth. Shoot, science got some truth in it. I could speak a word down the street today that got some truth in it. That don't mean you take my words and add it to the deen and say it mandatory you follow Khalif Maroon. You got to follow what he say along with the Quran. You don't got to follow nothing I say. You just need to know that book or the books. You see? So now you can't elevate what a person say to the status of what Allah says mandatory for you to go by. And that's the violation that's being committed. You know, hadith books in themselves, some things in there might be, you know, some truths in it, you know, might be cool, you know what I'm saying, some insight. Don't mean I have to take it as my deen though.
Yeah. For instance,
You know?
if
But
you see when you read the hadith, not to cut you off, but if you read the hadith and you see the things about wudu
okay,
and, you
so
know,
there's this,
certain washing, hygiene, that could be beneficial, you know what I mean? But I
right,
don't see that as someone following that. But then the person will be having to pick and choose from the hadiths what they see is beneficial
right,
to them, and that could lead into, you know what I mean, their own
right.
imagination and
So
such. So yeah.
they got some idea where it talks about there, I believe it was Anas bin Malik. He came to the Prophet and he said people used to ask the Messenger of Allah about the bad things, about the good things that would happen, but instead I asked him about the bad things. And I asked him, will there be any, you know, good after, will there be any bad after this good, referring to Islam? He said, the Prophet said, yes. He said, to the effect, he said, then after that, it will be good, but it will be tainted. So no one, I'm stopping right there. You know what I'm saying? We're saying that part. See, no one even pays attention to this hadith. This actually was one of the hadiths that started letting me, one of the things that started leading me more towards my journey towards when I shifted into the phase of Quran alone, right? Was I was like, hold up. So the Islam came, and then there will be some bad, and then the Islam will be back pure, but it will have some taint to it. I'm like, hold up. So then he says, then after that good, there will be bad. He said, yes. He said, then after there will be good. So I'm just paraphrasing the hadith. He said, then after that, he said, there will be callers at the gates of hell. And he says, and they will speak like us. He said, they will speak like us and look like us. Right? In some translation hadith, it says basically it's, when you look at the explanation, it says these are the Arabs. Basically, they went astray. They're calling to the stray, and then some scholars would even comment and say, i.e., you know, basically the Arabs called away against some to the effect of the Sunnah or something like that. You know, so they add something into there. You know, a little paraphrase, try to, you know, twist it. But looking at it, you're like, hold on. So then, which one of these sects is correct then? And then here's the last one that was really getting me was the one that says, stick to my community, stick to the Jama'ah. He said, Ya Rasulullah, he said, what if the Jama'ah, what if the community does not have a Caliph? Some people say Amir, which is commander. He says, and they are not one. He said, then separate yourself from all them sects, right? And take yourself to the tree and hold on to your faith, right? So that hadith is referring to stick to the Jama'ah and its Caliph, right? And then the person asked the Prophet, Ya Rasulullah, what if we had no Caliph? What if we had no Amir, no ruler? And there's not one Jama'ah, it's not just one Jama'ah, one community. He said, then separate yourself from all them sects. So with that hadith, I was like, hold on. We're Sunnis and we're Shias, and each one is claiming the right path, and each one is claiming this, and each one is claiming that. We don't have no one Caliph. It didn't say make your own Caliph up either, like some of the Hizb ut-Tahrir movement in the Muslim world who's calling for Caliphate is trying to do. It don't say do that. It says separate yourself from all the sects.
Yeah, and then chapter 6, Quran chapter 6. What is that? Chapter 6, verse 159 says, indeed, those who have divided their religion and become sects,
you have no part in it.
You are not associated with them in anything. Their affair is only to Allah. Then He will inform them about what they used to do.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yeah. So I mean, we can go. I mean, when it comes to hadith, we can sit down. The person who follows hadith, we can go round and round, round. I bring the hadith out, and for everyone to say, "Well, this is Sahih," I go find a scholar say that's Daif.
And you know what?
The earliest hadiths with the Prophet actually saying not to make hadiths. He was saying don't make anything other than the word of Allah. Don't, you know what I mean? In that different scenarios where he's basically saying the same thing but in different ways. But it's multiple hadiths which are Sahih, and he's actually saying not to make these things, and then later on you get hadiths that contradict that. So that was interesting. I thought that was noticed. The Sunni Muslims don't really have an answer to that. They just say that maybe he changed his mind, I guess.
True.
Yes, it's. I mean, you know, I've been part of this a lot. When I first became a Muslim, I was following. I don't know if nobody, you know, people know what Qur'an is. It's following Sayyid Qutb. You know, so I came in through that way first. You know, I got a few uncles that, you know, are Muslim and stuff like that. My family's got many different, you know, type beliefs, but yeah, I came to the Qutbiyya way, and then I had a brother who was a Salafi. He told me, well, Sayyid Qutb from Egypt, he's not Salafi, he's Khawarij. So, you know, the Khawarij have a bad name in the Muslim world, you know. So I was like, oh, okay. I'm following the path of the righteous predecessors, the Salaf Salih, you know. So I'm Salafi then, and we usually get into it with the Hanafis. You know, Hanafis are more on the intellect side, so to speak. You know, they got more on philosophy too, falsafa. So they're more into that rational reasoning type thing. And you know, eventually I go that route, the Hanafi madhab, and you know, I was interested a little bit in the Maliki and the Shafi, and eventually switched to that because I had some Shia friends, and you know, so I went to route the Jafar Imamiyya, you know, the 12 Shiism, you know, after a while, because, you know, well, you start learning about Imam Jafar, you know, sat with, you know, Abu Hanifa. He was a teacher, Imam Abu Hanifa and Imam Malik, you know. So I went the Jafari route for a while, and it just got crazy. I mean, you got, once you're Shia, you know, you get into the Akbariya, or the Usuli, and most Shias are Usuli. So that the Usulis, they follow the Marja, they follow the Ayatollahs, you know, and then you got the Akbari, they reject the Ayatollahs, you know, so they just follow the Hadith books itself. And some of them even get so bad to the part they won't even really read the Quran. You know what I'm saying? They'll read the Hadith books and say that interprets the Quran. You don't need the Quran to really go to, because the Imams of Ahlul Bayt are the explainers of the Quran, period. You're not allowed to explain on your own, so you're not allowed to understand the Quran on your own like that. So you straight just got to go to, you know, saying the Hadith books, you know. So I mean, eventually I went Tabdili, you know, I started going Tabdili, and finally I just became more Quran centered, and finally ended up my journey Quran alone. And then now it's like more and more I'm emphasizing past scriptures along with the Quran. You know, like the Quran is a center, but I make sure it confirms the past scriptures, because literally, I mean, you want that methodology. That's literally basically what the Quran say. The Quran and the past scriptures, the Quran and the past revelation, the Quran. And so really what they did with these Hadith books is you reversed it the other way. They took the ruling that was for the Quran and the past scriptures, and they reversed it the other way, created their own religion, and went Quran and Hadith books. You know?
Yeah, you got a good point. So, because even me, I'm from the Old Testament based, and then recently I've been looking into the Quran and whatnot, and seeing the correlations and connections and
Yes,
such.
indeed. Yes,
Yeah.
indeed.
And
Yes,
I've seen
indeed.
how the Hadiths and the Quran can contradict and whatnot, and cause issues within the Ummah and whatnot. So I definitely lean more into the Quranics, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Well, that's just like some of the Hasidics among the Jews and others. You know, they talk about the Talmud, the Babylonian Talmud, and the Jerusalem Talmud. You know, I mean, they got some things in there that sort of, you know, It goes
that's
sort
like
of like
hadiths, isn't it? Basically, yeah.
right. It is.
Yeah,
It has the same history. You know. So I mean, they got some things in there that can sort of go with the Torah, but that don't mean you take that and elevate that to, you know, the status of the Torah, which is what they did. So it's the same thing. You know, every single time a prophet comes, revelation comes from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Here we go. Somebody got to come along with their crummy self, and they got to, you know, invent some true sayings, some truths, and then they got some falsehood along with it that goes with their desires, and they mix it, and they say this is from Allah. They say this is a oral Torah, or this is wahi from, you know, Allah that's not in the Quran, you know, that Allah gave the prophet. And then they just have a whole bunch of additional books along with it. And you're like, where all these books come from, though? I mean, when you trace the history, the books just start stacking up as time goes on. You know, so then you just got your rabbis, or you got your scholars, imams, ulama, you know. And I think the next stream, if we allow, we can talk about what are scholars. If Kentron or the sister can, you know, maybe have a subject like that, and we come on and discuss some ayats in the Quran on actually what al-ulama is, you know, because that's the word that they're using to really get people to submit to them in their authority. And that doesn't mean that you can't, if you read in scripture, if you read in the books from Allah, you know, and like we do, we're sharing what it say inside there. You can do that, you know. Then you got your judges. You got your judges who on criminal matters or something like that, they know the law and they judge on the matter. They don't make up their own judgments. They get their judgments from Allah. It's just that they're studious in knowing the laws of Allah more so than anybody else. So they know where to go to get the judgment from Allah. And they say, see, this is what it is right here. See, right here, right here. This connects to that. This connects to that. Here's the ruling from Allah. Here's the ruling right here. You know, it's just that they're studious in knowing the book.
To that religious politics, like even going back to like the time of the companions after the Prophet passed away, like straight away it was dilemmas and, you know, rule changing and prohibition, or those type of things going on with, depending on who's the leader, whether it be Umar or whoever. Do you know what I mean? Things started to change and people become part of Islam basically and a part of Sunnah. So they start even look at Mutta now. Look at your Quranic now. So what is your opinion on Mutta? Knowing that in the Hadiths they basically say that it was permitted, but basically after the time of the Prophet, that's when Omar changed it and prohibited it and made it against the law. So what is your view on Mutta, basically temporary marriage and whatnot?
Yeah,
you think that's permitted in Islam?
I'm leaning more towards, because I haven't done an in-depth study on that, I can't really say no on that right now. But I will say this: I'm leaning on the fact that it's not permissible. Tamatu or muta'at in the way that they're saying is not permissible. But again, I have to fit that.
That could be based on your growing up, though. Growing up as
yeah. Well, yeah,
Do you think it's that your bias? You still might have some attachments. Yeah.
No, I don't got no attachment, none of that no more. I mean,
what about the other panelists? The other panelists are also Quranic. So what are their opinions on Mutta?
Oh yeah.
So have they gone into that, or is that just?
I used to believe in Mutta. But see, I was responsible, like I really believe, like, you know, among the Shia scholars, you know, so among them that they call themselves scholars, Ayatollahs, or, you know, Hujat, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, they even differ on the Mutta, you know, like as far as to, you know, should it be a day, or is it conditions that you set, and, you know, is there a divorce to it, or there's not a divorce to it, you know, and they got their own, again, they got their own hadiths for it. You know, it depends on which marja, which scholar you accept.
I personally think that it is. So far, I haven't really seen it be disproved. Other than the hadiths are the only thing that, you know what I mean, contradict it.
Well, that's why we go to the scriptures for that one. I would say, let's go with what the scriptures tell us. Not, again, what the hadiths tell us, because we've already established that the hadith is just fallacy with the hadith. But just real quick, just to answer that final question that the person from Kashmir, they said, is Allah a physical being? And we always go back to what Allah tells us about Allah. It says, and this is it says is Surah Al-Ikhlas. It says, in the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, say, He is Allah, the one, the only, Allah, the eternal, the absolute. He begetteth not, nor is he begotten, and there is none like unto him.
Mm-hmm.
That's the answer to that question, Prophecy 1. Mm-hmm. But again, please, you're more than welcome to subscribe to our Facebook page, and you're welcome to continue to learn about the Most High, the Creator of the heavens and earth. Brother Kentron, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Hey, Kentron me, brother, something else. He be sitting back, he be so quiet.
But I think that this was, alhamdulillah, I think this was a wonderful session, a topic. Like the brothers brought up some good future topics. Thank you everyone who came on the panel. May Allah bless you all tremendously. And thank you, Prophecy 1, for being here as well. Brother Kentron, is there anything else that we need to discuss for the good of the group?
No, I think it was a pretty good build. I appreciate everybody coming in, sharing their thoughts, and you can shut it down. You give
Hold on, brother. Hold on.
No, go ahead.
hey, that brother asked what you think about Muta. Come on now.
What you think?
Can't be like that.
Yeah, they say they ignored that one. They ignored that one.
He can answer it. Hey, he can answer it. He know.
What about you? What about you? What do you think about it?
Let me tell you. This is what I think. I think that whatever Allah makes permissible is permissible. Now, me personally,
okay.
In the scriptures, I know that it's permissible for brothers to have more than one wife. I have not read anything in the scriptures about temporary wives and all of that, because we know that in the scriptures there is a way Allah tells us in Torah, a way that we have to go about selecting a wife, getting a wife, right? Paying that bride price, giving those gifts. We know that there's a way that we have to go about with divorce, with giving the bill of divorce, and so on and so forth. So we have to ask ourselves again. We're the children of Israel, so we're supposed to be the representatives of the world. We're supposed to be that light for the world to look up to. We have to ask ourselves, and I'm not versed on mukta and things of that nature. But we have to ask ourselves, does this fit with what the Most High God has prescribed for us for marriage?
That's right. Whether what would be a good topic? I'm sorry, sister, go ahead.
Okay, I was going to say whether you're married to 1, 2, 3, however many you're married to. Did you follow the prescription of what the Most High God set for us?
That's right. That's right.
That's what I got. That's my opinion on that, man.
That'd be a good topic for the brother Kentron about what, I don't know if he's done it before, is what is the difference between a wife and concubines, right?
Right.
I mean, I don't know if y'all have already had that type of subject.
No, he hasn't. But Brother Kentron can speak, but I don't think he's put on. I don't think he's.
We'll do that next time. That's deep. We'll do that next time.
You're gonna do next time the difference between wives and concubines?
I'm just saying we'll talk about that later. That'll last for another 5 hours. that muta thing. That's like when you. I just want to make sure you get clarification. That's like
Temporary
when
marriage.
you marry. Yeah, you marry a woman and you set like a day. We're gonna be married for 1 day and then we divorce.
Yeah,
Uh,
something like along those lines.
Yeah, I
Right.
mean,
that's
And you have
Temporary.
to, you,
no,
you have to, you have to,
I'm
you
gonna.
have to give like
but
compensate
it
and pay that. Say,
it
for instance, give so some money or something like that.
Yeah,
You know,
that sounds
basically.
like prostitution.
yeah, what
Yeah,
they say,
that's
brother
what people
brother
try to
Kitron.
say. Like people who try to diss Islam or whatever, they try to say that, but
What they
it's deeper than
what
that.
they
You know
say
what I mean?
what they say, brother Kitron, is that
Go ahead.
like okay, so from the Sunni viewpoint, many of them will say that's prostitution, and then they also have a form of it, but they don't call it muta. But the point is this: so they differ among the Shia scholars. They differ on the subject. They do use one verse. Now I gotta go get the verse, but it says something about if you enjoy them, then give them their their payment or something like that, right? But how
Right.
they distinguish it is some of them say yes, you just enjoy, saying you and the woman make a deal, you give her a payment, and then saying after a certain period of time, it's just over with. You don't got to say no divorce or nothing. But then there's another group that say that's not true. They say that when you meet the woman, uh, there's like two other groups. There's a certain number of time that you give. It could be a year, it could be an hour, it could be 4 years. Okay. And then it has to be written, stipulated in a contract.
Mhm.
And when that time is expired, then the marriage is over with according to the contract. Okay.
Um,
So some of them, now this is a very minority, they say that no, once you do muta, know what I'm saying, it's a marriage. You got to get a divorce too as when the time comes up, and then you can remarry. And this prepares you for just in case you want to, you're with that person, you've been with that person, so now you could switch into the permanent marriage.
Now what? Now I
So
want
I
to say
mean,
can
something. I
I
want to
ask?
say something. I want to
Can
say
I ask?
wait. No, let me say something. Let me say something. What if I do 5 muta marriages, like 5 days in a row, and then another dude do a muta marriage with the same women? We kind of running through those women, right?
yep, you can use it, you can misuse it like that or use it
Yeah,
like that.
but you're doing
There's
it
people that do that.
respectfully.
And let me
Yeah.
ask a
Yeah,
question.
that's not good. That's not a good thing. Go ahead, no. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm gonna find some scriptures to back it up.
Let me ask a question because someone
Go ahead.
had mentioned like concubine,
Yeah.
and now let me ask a question. Couture was a concubine, correct?
Mhm.
We want to go get into
Well,
that. You want to get into
I just want to ask.
that? Hey, let's not get into that.
Couture, can I just ask the group a question? Was Couture a concubine, correct?
I don't know.
I'm not
From
sure.
what I understand, she was married. Some people say that was Hagar herself, but I don't
No,
know.
no. If we read in
Oh yeah,
Torah,
you're
we
talking
know
about Hagar. Yeah, she was a
if we
concubine.
no. So if when we go to Torah, we learn that Prophet Ibrahim, peace be upon him, he actually had 3 wives.
Uh-huh.
Um he had Sarah, he
Uh-huh.
had Hagar, and his third wife was Keturah, which the scriptures also call his concubine. Now,
Yeah.
the reason why I bring her up is because he was married to her until the day he
Uh-huh.
died. It was not
Mm.
some, and he had children from him. He
Good
had
point.
children from
That
he.
The
that
Sabians.
let's hold on. No, that is a great point because the
Good point.
example is Ibrahim. Did Muhammad have any temporaries? Did
Right,
Muhammad?
Mm.
right. But I
Yeah,
just want
Uh-oh.
Abraham
to,
didn't do
I just
that.
want
Go
to,
ahead, no. Go ahead.
I
You got
just
it,
want
no.
to, I just want to bring a point here. I want to bring a point
Go
on
ahead.
home here. All right. So when we're talking about Keturah, because she would be an exemplar of a concubine. He had children from her, and he had children from her, and he was married to her till the day he died. Now, the children that he had from her, they did not inherit the things that Isaac inherited. When it talks
Right.
about in the scripture that when he
Go ahead.
passed, when it was time for him to die, he brought in his children. He brought in his children from Keturah, and he brought in his children from Hagar, and he gave them what they were due, and then he sent them, sent them on their way. Okay, so if we compare that to this so-called thing mukta, okay, which we don't find anywhere in the previously revealed scriptures. That doesn't sound like that. That just sounds like, let me be a holy roller. Let me be a holy, let me be a holy roller whoremonger. And we know what the scriptures tell us about whoremongers and who's going to end up in the hellfire. It didn't say anything about the whores ending up in hellfire, but it did say in Book of Revelations, it didn't say that the whores would be in the hellfire. It said that the whoremongers would be in the hellfire. And we know who is a whoremonger. A whoremonger is a man who lays with a whore.
Is a pimp.
You are a pimp, because you are a whoremonger if you're laying with a woman who knows that her intention is to lay with multiple men, and she's using this so-called mukta to be so-called spiritually upright as she engages in this process and agrees to whatever money she's agreeing to. All that is a holy roller version of a whore. And we know what's going to happen to those folks.
Sister Noor said, "Man, we're gonna deal with this right now."
I'm not sure. I think if you're talking about references to it, well, there's references to it in the Torah. Do you know what I mean? In Genesis,
is reference to mukta in the Torah.
Basically, yeah.
You gotta show that proof. Show that proof.
We don't have to show the proof. Are you not familiar with the story of Judah and the prostitute?
Yeah, but
go ahead.
Yeah, but he wasn't doing right.
Yeah,
I know, but I'm telling you that's what he was doing. I'm not saying it's right or not, but I'm giving you a reference of it. Do you know what I mean?
No, I know, but I'm saying Judah was not. He was not. A lot of those brothers, they sold Joseph into slavery. They were not. All.
Yeah, I'm not saying they're the role model. I'm not saying he's a role model. I'm just giving a reference of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
We know that when you're talking about that in particular, when he laid with the prostitute who so happened to be his daughter-in-law, we know that was revealed, and that showed us that the things that he was doing
showed
was
the culture.
Correct.
Yeah.
And he had to correct himself when it was revealed who she really was. And also, like brother Mamar just said, I mean, the brothers sold their baby brother into slavery, but that didn't make it right, and they had to correct themselves. So certain things that we do is not right. So the beautiful thing about what you just said.
You just gave a reference of them correcting themselves for selling out their brother, but you don't see him correcting himself for going with a prostitute. He just corrects himself for going with his daughter by mistake. But we don't see them correcting prostitute until we get the laws and things like that. But the culture of those people was that type of thing was their culture. Even in Arabic culture in the Prophet's time was that muta was a culture as well there as well. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, you just hit the nail on the head. You said culture. But my question to you, because we use the prophets and the messengers as our beacon and our guide in these scriptures on how we're supposed to conduct our lives. It was Judah a prophet.
Yeah.
We don't build families like that.
So this is what they try to say for Surah 4 ayat 24. All right, that's what they're using. So they try to say, okay, so it says, forbidding you unmarried women, except what your right hands possess. This Allah is written from you, and all other women besides these are permitted to you, so that you may seek them out with your wealth, seeking chastity, not fornication. So when you have contracted, and then some people put temporary marriage or pleasure with them, it says, istimatatum, with them, then give them their words. There is no sin on you for whatever you agree to after this. Indeed, Allah is all knowing, all wise. So they try to say the word istimatatum, which is the verbal form of the word muta. They're trying to say that means, they try to say that means some type of pleasure, right?
Temporary pleasure.
It's for a specific time.
Because remember, it was a time of war, and they was like taken captive. So what the hadith says, even though we don't go off the hadith, but to give it a context, they was having problems with having relations with these women that they've caught in it, these captive women, and they wanted to obviously sell them as well as have sex with them. So the law was, if you breed, like if you impregnate a concubine, then that means you can't sell her no more. You have to look after her. She's basically like a wife. I mean, but if you don't, then you could still sell her as a captive. you know what I mean? So that was the whole thing they were. So they were just basically pulling out, so they don't have to impregnate them, and they can still sell them, but have sex with them as well, because at the time they wanted sex in it after the war. So that was the context that they do in Hadith. And even though it does kind of sound realistic, because that was a culture of the Arabians, but the question is, was the Prophet allowing things like this to happen? Because we do know that there was captives. Do you not agree with captives in Islam? You agree that's permissible? Sex captives, or basically, to break it down, not to sound like offended, but that's where it was, in it. You got captives that you just took over and you can have sex with them. That's basically what the muta was. They were having these type of contracts with these women to be respectable. Instead of just basically raping them, so they were making it respectable, and that's how the thing got popular, because of the concubinage and the.
I want to say something. The Quran says that rape is not permissible. That you cannot have sex with a woman against her will.
That's right.
So even if she's a slave or a servant and she says no, you cannot rape her.
That's right.
That's in the Quran. There's verses in the Quran.
Yeah, and you're not allowed to do zina.
Even if she's a
captive, just have sex. So you have to do marriage. So these people had to do contracts with these sex captives. You see the context, huh?
No, I'm just saying. She has to be. It can't be rape. You said rape. That's what I'm saying. It can't be rape.
No, I said they can't rape. So they can't, because they just can't rape. They have to do contract. That was my point.
I mean, you can
any contract is indeed consensual. You have to have when you do a contract.
That's what I'm saying.
Consensual. Yeah.
Obviously, there could be coercion and whatever, because they just lost the war, innit? Well, but I'm not even going to argue that. I'm just talking about the muta itself. You know what I mean? I'm not even going to argue atrocities or things that could happen in war. You know what I mean? Because it's spoils of war, innit? That's what we're basically talking about right now. Like, we know the context of that, especially in the ancient times.
That's a good subject. Yeah, it's
a good subject.
And this here is chapter 4, verse 24. Also prohibited are women already married, except those whom your right hand possess. Thus hath Allah ordained prohibitions against you. Except for these, all others are lawful, providing you seek them in marriage with gifts from your property, desiring chastity, not lust, desiring that ye derive benefit from them. Give them their dowers as prescribed, but if not, after a dower is prescribed, ye agree mutually. There is no blame on you, and the law is all knowing, all wise.
Okay. Do you see what you said there? Read that last
Noah.
Yes.
Alhamdulillah.
Please break that down.
Yeah, where I was at, alhamdulillah.
That's chapter 4. Well, let me tell you, chapter 4, verse 24. And it even goes, I would say, chapter 4, verse 24 and 25.
There it is. Okay, yeah, that's what I'm looking
at. You should read it again.
So number one, you got to seek them in marriage from your property. So you got to get them some. So if you got 10 acres, you got to give them an acre up front, and you got to seek them, and you can't seek them in lust.
It said seek them with gifts. Remember, don't forget the gifts.
But it also gifts, and it also said without lust. And that's hard to do.
Yep.
Yeah, well, that's still that's still debatable. That part, the last part is the proper part. You need to think. If it doesn't work out, it'd be mutual. That's the contract we're talking about. The mutual contract that you agree. Yeah, this was just a thing, and now it's over. And that's what they were doing. So you could say the laws just set out, and it was innocent, but you know it was definitely manipulated. And
the way the Shias do it is they don't even do it like that. See, they go and they make a temporary contract, have sex with the girl, and then boom, they're out. You know, you know what I'm saying. So I mean, they're not in keeping with this ayah at all. The ones that do that.
I'm not gonna say any part of the verse is gonna be debatable. It is what it is.
That's right. Because somewhere in Quran even tells you don't take secret lovers.
Yeah, that part's the best.
That's right.
What do you mean? What do you mean with pleasure or with lust? Do you know what I mean? Like, lust? What does that mean? You want to have sex with a person? Isn't that attraction? I don't. Do you know what I mean? That I need to know the deep context of that.
You're seeking chastity, not fornication.
Okay, so fornication.
So you're basically you're not trying to just run around and just have sex with every single thing. You know, you're not just out there to like
But
the sister
remember,
said,
it's telling you
whoremongering.
to
You're not
seek
just out there
this woman. Like
whoremongering.
you're obviously gonna want to have sex and
So hello.
sex with this woman. You know.
So understand who. Let me break something down to you about. So we know that in Torah, who. Let me ask you this. In
Because there
Torah,
are rules to marriage. Remember, there's rules
yeah,
to marriage
right now
already stated.
it says seeking chastity, right? Not
That's
lust.
right. That's
Now,
right.
Yeah.
let me ask you a question. Can a man? How does a man commit adultery?
Cheating in it on his wife.
He messes, well, according
No.
to the Torah, he's messing with somebody else's wife. I know that
Messing
part.
with a married woman. Now, let me ask you
That's right.
another question.
But I
How
thought
does
you
a
meant
how does a woman commit
it's
adultery?
different.
Yeah.
Going with another man.
Okay, so if you really look deep into this verse is a protection for women. You really look deep into this verse, it's protecting
Break it
women.
down.
It's providing a covering for women to be under a man and to be protected and to be married. Okay, because the only way a man can commit adultery is if he had, but according to Torah law, is if he has intercourse with another man's wife. Okay, so with that being said, again, we have to when we're looking into these scriptures, we have to really look into them and not say, oh wow, here's a way. And I'm not saying that you're doing this, Brother Bob. I'm not saying you're doing this, but I'm just saying it just in general. We can't just try to look
that's
for
what I'm thinking right now, because you're bringing up the Torah saying you can't sleep with another man's wife, but in the Quran it's telling you here you can sleep with another man's wife if it's your right hand possession. So what you need to make context of what you're saying, because I believe in the Old Testament, so that's what I actually believe. But I'm considering what you believe, which is the Quran. Do you know what I mean? So that's your belief says that you can sleep with another man's wife in that context, but mine says you can't. Do you see what I'm saying? So I already know that. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just
wait a minute. You said say that again, Brother Barber.
It just said you can sleep with someone else's wife if it's right hand possession. You're captives.
So they're right hand possessor. Let me make sure. So they're right hand possessor. That means you have been enslaved. You're enslaved. You're in captivity. You will no longer see your husband again. You are now a slave. You are now owned by this. You are now.
To your husband, though. You see what I'm saying?
Let me. You are now a slave. Say for
slaves
example,
can get married. Slaves can still get married.
Yeah, okay, but hello.
Hello.
Okay. Yes, you're right. Slaves can get married, and Torah addresses that as well. But I'm talking about what we're talking about right now. So if I'm a slave, I have a question for you. If I'm a slave, let's say, for example, the transatlantic slave trade. Okay. So I don't even want to use the transatlantic slave trade. Let's just say I'm a slave. I'm a slave, a prisoner of war. I'm a slave. I will no longer see my husband again. And I have been brought under this man's protection. I'm now his slave. I'll never see this man again.
You're saying that you won't see your husband again unless your husband's dead. If your husband's still alive, you might see your husband again. He might be right next to you in the next camp. He might witness. He might hear you having sex with the next person, whoever's got you now. You know what I mean, that was what was going on. That's in the hadith anyway. But that's the when you have captives. You know what I mean? They're doing stuff locally around the place, around the camp. So you didn't have people in cages or whatever that are having to be captive, and then you got the girls, they're getting, you know what I mean, having sex with the men in their tents and whatever. So it was a thing where it was going around. So you might see them the next day when you're all carrying everyone to the market or wherever you're going. So it was unless the person's dead in war, which I understand, you kill the man and then she ain't got a husband no more. If you don't kill the man and the husband's still alive and able to see his wife and knows that he's still got a wife, that means you're sleeping with another man's wife by default. You know what I mean?
Okay. So we're talking about all these kind of hypotheticals. But I'm just talking about basic. I'm just talking about your basic. I'm talking about just a basic. You're enslaved. You're enslaved. You've become a slave. You will no longer ever see your husband again, and you're now under the protection of this.
You're putting that part in the bracket. You will never see your husband again. when we were in the Atlantic slavery, we sold our wife and our people. Unless
No.
we got killed or sold to another place.
No, well, a lot of
would
us
see
got
each other. What are
sold.
you
Okay, so
talking
now we're
about?
talking about. So yeah, let's talk about the transatlantic slave trade. So a lot of us was taken from the motherland. Let's say if I was a woman and I'm taken from the motherland, all right, my husband is still over in Africa. Am I gonna ever see him again?
No. So that's a one where you can say, yeah, you would never. They're highly unlikely to ever see him again. There was chances where when slaves did come from Africa and go and meet up with their peoples, that did actually happen in certain occasions, but it was probability was slim. Do you know what I mean? But in a time where you're getting invaded, but on your own land, yeah, you are highly likely to still see your partner or whatnot.
If I'm getting invaded in my own land, like say for example, if I'm getting invaded in my own land and they've been put me in slavery, and they set
up shop on your land now, so they're just chilling and camping on your land on the same part where they invaded. So you're still seeing your family.
Now, doesn't towards okay. So let me ask you. So you're saying that you think that based on your level of understanding, you're saying that you believe that this Shia practice is what we need to be doing.
No, not what we need to be doing. I'm saying it's permissible to an extent. I don't know about how
why
the
do you
Shias
say
do
that?
it. I don't know how the Shias do it, but to an extent it's permissible.
Why do you believe it's permissible?
Because of the evidence, the dalil, you know what I mean? Just like the verse you just brought up, 424. That's one of the
What is the evidence that is permissible?
Because these people are marrying married women who are captive and then divorcing them. And if you look at the context and the time of things that were going on, that's a whole nother argument, you know what I mean? But that could be argued that, they were just not being good Muslims and they were just selling slaves. And
but I still don't see how that's how that refers to this concept of going into a contract with a woman in a temporary marriage. Help me to understand, how does that verse show that you can go into
she's
temporary
still
marriage with a woman
what is the sense,
and give her money?
The sense of you really invested in a relationship with this captive whose family you just killed or who you're just going to sell off or whatever? Like, what is the real chance of finding true love? So you're probably just going to have sex with her for a while, do some bullshit, and then you're going to divorce her and then move on to the next captive. That's what was going on.
You said probably. I'm basing this off of a verse.
That's what was happening.
I'm asking you a question of how does this verse?
That was the context of what those.
I'm asking you, how does this verse tell a thinking human?
Everywhere.
Well, hold on. I told you not to go into this. I'll make a video, clear it all up. But go ahead.
Okay.
I'll make a video. It's not a big deal. The captive stuff. The you know, the truth is in the scriptures. It's there. Don't worry. Well, move to marriage. Let me write it down. Move to marriage, captives. Can you sleep with your slaves? Don't worry.
Yeah, all of those stuff could make a good topic, actually, a good debate or conversation.
I don't want to debate. I just want to know where you got it from. But he's gonna write.
Yeah, I'm just going.
Yeah, it's gonna be clear. It's gonna be clear.
Okay.
We're not gonna get it because it's a broad topic, and we have to really break down the scriptures that go in the scriptures.
That 424 verse is a good verse. You could pin it and then.
You said 424. Okay.
Yeah.
I will definitely do a video about that. About all of that. Yeah, not a problem. 424. All right. 5 hours. Y'all ready to shut this down?
I was just getting started, but you lot might be tired. You've been going for a while.
What? What did you say?
No, I said you lot been going for a while, so but I'm just getting started. You know what I mean? So I'll put that into consideration.
Right.
So next time or something.
Well, thank you for bringing up that topic.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought it up so we can actually clear that up.
Yes, that's important. We don't want folks thinking they can do women any kind of way.
That's true.
Yeah, I just think the woman would just have to know their rights, and what is lawful and what people can't manipulate. It's just about education, you know what I mean? This whole thing is about doctrines. That's how you get sex, by people manipulating people with sex and doctrines. If the person individually just uses their own akal and does their own research, they can never be bumped or taken the piss out of, or someone, you know what I mean, use them or anything like that. You always have one up because you know your deen and all that.
That's right.
You know what I mean?
That's right, absolutely.
Some people just start wars with that ideology, but we're gonna clear it up. To start wars just to try to go, some of them are rape women. Just
Yeah, even the hadiths about having little children, they probably start wars over those ones, and being able to marry children. You know what I mean? Whatever
yeah,
their
that's
desires,
a
they'll
serious
try and
thing.
use. It's just like even the Bible, people use verses and manipulate verses, twist them to try and have their own agenda. You know what I mean? That's been
Yeah,
going on for years. Yeah.
yeah.
But I think it's just a shock. I think what it is what is another good topic is I believe that there's three ways basically. Even the Quran says it 548 Al Maida. It says that basically there's three different ways. There's probably more, but the three main ones to get to God in it and be righteous. But everyone differs, and God's gonna tell us why we differ and everything on the last day and all those stuff. Do you know what I mean? As a prophecy. So I think even though there's three different ways. We can't all have the same way because God doesn't want us to all be one nation or one ummah. He wants us to have different ways. So it's going to be, we could call it contradictions or differences or whatever, but what it is just a way to separate us. So just like the thing like with the muta thing and how we can't, like in the Old Testament, people, the Muslims, I've always heard that Sunni Muslim, I'm not going to say you lot are Quranists and that, but Muslims say, oh, it's harsh that you kill man, woman, child, or all those type of things, but we would have to kill all the men and then take the women, but that means that the women ain't got married no more, so we're not covering someone's wife. Do you see what I'm saying? So that's how we was doing. But now you lot got a law now where it's permissible. So that is just something that's a difference. But I know it will be a shock, especially if you're has a black people or whatnot. We come from different backgrounds and maybe even more Christian backgrounds or whatnot. So it may come as a shock or whatnot. But it's just different ways to separate us. I don't think it's that deep, but I see how it is a bit. You know what I mean? Touchy subject in a way, but
What's
these things were happening. You know
give
what I mean?
me give me the verse so I'll make a video on it. Give me the verse where it says where you think it says you can marry somebody's somebody that's already married.
Yeah, the 424.
Oh, it says it at 424?
Yeah. That
Oh,
whole long, but if you read it down to 425, I think just keep
oh,
reading
25.
from
Okay.
424 downwards. You should pick up on all the context.
Okay. I just wanted because I'm gonna make a video on it and it's gonna be thorough. And
Yeah, I'm gonna tune in.
it's gonna be thorough. But yep, so y'all finished, man. I'm tired. That's why I didn't want to go into anything else. All right, y'all. Know you done?
Yes.
All right. Well, I'll
Thank
make a
you so
video
much.
about all that servants and right hand possess. Cause right hand. Nah, I ain't gonna get into that. I'll save it. I get into that. All right, so I'm done. So Baba, thank you for coming on.
Thank you so much, Barbara.
Yeah,
Yep.
big up.
And subscribe and go to the Facebook. We got a Facebook thing. Type in Islam House of Vision on Facebook and subscribe. And next Sabbath we'll have another topic and we'll communicate again.
Yeah, you got to take care. Man.
Yep. You too.
All
Peace.
right.
All right, everyone. I'm gonna shut it down. Whew, we've been on for 5 hours. My longest live stream ever. All right. 5 hours is crazy. It don't feel like 5 hours. So I hope everybody have a good Sabbath, rest of your Sabbath, and have a good night. See you next time. Next Sabbath, every Sabbath. Good stream, y'all. Salam alaikum. Wa alaikum salam. Mr. Rashid. See you next Sabbath.